hit 7 days of photo bucket?
So I've seen rumors swirl. I have not seen any facts yet, and so I don't know what's going to happen. But I do know this: the Manhattan District Attorney is a Soros-funded prosecutor. They weaponize their office to impose a political agenda. He has downgraded over 50% of the felonies to misdemeanors. He says he doesn't want to even have jail time for the vast majority of crimes, as we've seen the crime rate go up, and we've seen citizens become less safe. If you have a prosecutor who is ignoring crimes happening every single day, and he chooses to go back many years ago to try to use something about porn star hush money payments, that's an example of pursuing a political agenda and weaponizing the office. They ignore crime and they empower criminals, and that hurts people. It hurts a lot of people every single day.
Joe Biden recently announced that he will require every state, county, city, and town to submit so-called equity plans to impose the left's Marxist housing agenda on your communities. This is not what we need. The Biden power grab will put radical and racist left-wing bureaucrats in charge of micromanaging the housing where you live. And nobody can be happy about that. I talked about it during my last campaign, and people understood it very well. They will use the power of the federal government to abolish zoning for single-family homes, destroy your property values by building giant multi-family apartment complexes in the suburbs, and even next to your house, and force your community to pay for low-income housing developments right next door. The woke left is waging full-scale war on the suburbs, and their Marxist crusade is coming for your neighborhood, your tax dollars, your public safety, and your home. When I get back into the Oval Office, one of my first acts will be to repeal Joe Biden's radical left attack on the suburban lifestyle, just as I blew up Barack Obama's leftist housing monstrosity just a few years ago when I blew it up. The Biden war on the suburbs will be over, and it'll never happen again. That whole mess will never, ever happen again.
Check.
Pray for our country. Thank you.
So I've seen rumors swirl. I have not seen any facts yet, and so I don't know what's going to happen. But I do know this: the Manhattan District Attorney is a Soros-funded prosecutor. They weaponize their office to impose a political agenda. He has downgraded over 50% of the felonies to misdemeanors. He says he doesn't want to even have jail time for the vast majority of crimes, as we've seen the crime rate go up, and we've seen citizens become less safe. If you have a prosecutor who is ignoring crimes happening every single day, and he chooses to go back many years ago to try to use something about porn star hush money payments, that's an example of pursuing a political agenda and weaponizing the office. They ignore.
Check.
Recently announced that he will require every state, county, city, and town to submit so-called equity plans to impose the left's Marxist housing agenda on your communities. This is not what we need. The Biden power grab will put radical and racist left-wing bureaucrats in charge of micromanaging the housing where you live. And nobody can be happy about that. I talked about it during my last campaign. People understood it very well. They will use the power of the federal government to abolish zoning for single-family homes, destroy your property values by building giant multi-family apartment complexes in the suburbs, and even next to your house, and force your community to pay for low-income housing developments right next door. The woke left is waging full-scale war on the suburbs, and their Marxist crusade is coming for your neighborhood, your tax dollars, your public safety, and your home. When I get back into the Oval Office, one of my first acts will be to repeal Joe Biden's radical left attack on the suburban lifestyle, just as I blew up Barack Obama's leftist housing monstrosity just a few years ago when I blew it up. The Biden war on the suburbs will be over, and it'll never happen again.
What's up, everybody? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let's fade this cam out. Hey, Lord 8 Sizzle on the beat. What's up, guys? What's up, guys? How's everybody doing tonight? It's Monday. Dreadedconservative show, kicking the week off right every Monday night. How's everybody doing? Let's let this beat fade out. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Got an interesting show tonight. Lots of crazy stuff going on. I'm in kind of a irritable chill mode because I've been drinking less beer, trying to drink less beer. Hopefully by next week we'll have a few days of no beer. Right now I'm in the tapering off phase, drinking less and less each night. I was at like a 6-pack of 16 ounces again a night. So what is that? 1632. That's 96 ounces a night. And now I'm just trying to push it farther and farther through the day to the very end of the night, and I'll probably go get a 25-ounce can tonight before bed. And within a couple days, we'll just be not getting any beers. I'm gonna have to get some sodas because I crave carbonation. My stomach feels empty. I feel hungry all the time. So I find myself, I don't know, smoking more cigarettes. That's the next step. So let's get to no beer. Hopefully go like a month without beer. And if I can do a month, then I'm just going to keep doing it. Because I fall back into that habit of drinking every day very easily. And then no cigarettes. Then we'll cut the cigarettes. That's going to be tough. I figured out a trick that I'm going to try. Because the other day, the gas station I go to was out of Marlboro Blacks, which are like $9 a pack now. And so I got some Pall Mall Reds. And they're just so bad. And they're not, Pall Malls are expensive now. Pall Malls were only like 50 cents less, which is crazy. Pall Malls used to be the cheap cigarette. Now they're all expensive. But anyway, the Pall Malls were gross, so that pack lasted me like 3 days because I just didn't want to smoke them because they're nasty. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to buy Lucky Strikes, which are even worse than Pall Malls. I'm going to get some Lucky Strikes. And those are cheaper, nasty, so I won't be smoking them as much. And then hopefully wean off of it. No guarantees, no guarantees. You know, we just let it fall away. Don't judge it. But yeah, so, you know, I'm not sipping on a brew tonight. So I'm a little less loosey-goosey with the words. Have to think about what I'm saying a little more. But crazy stuff in the news. So for Women's History Month, first to start off the show, we'll talk about Pocahontas, requested by Lord Bibby 42 last week. Pocahontas. And I've looked into this story before, so I already knew Pocahontas was based, but I had forgot about why she was so based. And so I did a little memory refresher. And I'm thinking I'm not going to, when I do Wikipedia articles or read big articles and stuff, instead of going down to the little camera, I'm going to stay in the big camera and I'm just going to read it to you guys. And you can trust that I know how to read. And or hopefully you can trust that I know how to read. We'll try that out, see what people like better. And we're live, right? Let me check okay, yeah, cool. So we'll try that out. Talk about Pocahontas, Women's History Month. The big story in the news, Trump is going to jail. Is Trump getting locked up? I'm locked up. I wish I had that on the soundboard. They won't let me out. Our boy Trump is going to jail. Then they're going to put the orange man in the orange jumpsuit. What the? That's why we got the orange on today. For our boy Trump, might get locked up in either them county blues or them county oranges. We'll talk about that. The hush money case with Stormy Daniels. Old case, weak case, flimsy case, the flimsiest of case. It's the flimsiest of cases. It's really just not even a good case, but you know, it's going to be great for my bass. It's going to really rev up the bass when I walk out of that jail with my hands held high. So that's what I'm expecting is going to happen. And then we'll segue that into old story from last month, Susan Wojcicki stepping down from YouTube. We'll talk about the new guy who's stepping up, Neil Mohan. And I'm going to do a little theory crafting. And if anybody saw Crowder's episode today, his first episode back on YouTube, it's like the same. He had he talked, well, of course, everybody's talking about the Trump thing, but then he started talking about Neil Mohan, and I was like, man, he stole my idea. I made my thumbnail last night before his was posted. So bet that. And I put the show together yesterday. So I'm not just copying off of Crowder today, I promise. But we'll talk about Neil Mohan, who's replacing Susan Wojcicki. And Trump is back. Trump is back on Facebook. Trump is back on YouTube. We'll talk about True Social and how all of this ties together. And it's interesting timing that all this is happening. Some news from earlier this week. Russia shot down a drone, or they didn't shoot down a drone. I'm sorry. Russia did not shot down a drone. They sprayed some fuel on a drone, and we'll talk about that, show the footage from that. Some other stories. Fauci's under fire. Father Fauci is coming under some fire. The conspiracy theorists were right again. We're going to talk about the CDC director, what he's saying about Fauci, kind of concealing some certain things that everybody was talking about 2 years ago. For anybody who's paying attention, we'll get into that. We'll talk about the Antifa riots at the TPUSA conference, Candace Owens, and other stuff in the rapid fire and the memes and the reels and all that good stuff. But let's start it off with the song As People Roll In from Bryson Gray.
I wasn't always the
That's
man
loud.
Let me take you down memory lane.
New song from Bryson Gray.
Yo, is that T-Dog?
I like this.
Hey, I used to step in the spot, drunk, entertaining thoughts. Now I don't want them girls around me. Hey, I used to walk in the club, buying bottles, throwing dubs, thinking that
Trump's going to jail, guys. How's everybody doing? Monday night. The world's a crazy place. I'm just reporting on it.
Brush on my shoulders, how to get the devil off of me. R.I.P. Kept my flesh, no apologies. I don't wanna ever hear 3 words, that's the part for me. Don't care if they talking me. I was 16 in the strip club, showing love while the DJs playing my song. I was 18 doing shows at all the middle schools, watching young kids singing along. Rapping about money, sex, and women, and they love it. But we grew up the same, so we ain't thinking nothing of it. All we cared about was music, getting drunk and clubbing. But when you become new, then you're
Dreaded News Time. What up, Flat Sabbath? We're going to end the show talking about some automation. Automation, job loss, the harms of automation, and drones delivering food to your front door. We'll talk about that at the end. Do some Bible thumping on Numbers 5:11 through 31. Numbers 5:11 through 31. We'll talk about how that is not a defense of abortion. God is not, well, God might be pro-death sometimes, but that doesn't give us the right to be pro-death. Former J. Cole at WSSU. Labels is calling too, but God knew, so he didn't give me the fame. Now look at me getting attacked for his name. I used to step in the spot, drunk, entertaining thoughts. Now I don't want them girls around. I don't even want to talk during this because I feel this. But I'm giving God all of me. I'm giving God all of me. All right. Let that beat play out. All right, he's gonna go into an ad read. I respect it, but I'm not gonna play it. Let's talk about Pocahontas. It's Women's History Month. I think we got one more show left in Women's History Month besides today. Let's talk about a based woman through the history of the world. Let's talk about Pocahontas. I got the Wikipedia pulled up right here. Pocahontas, born Amanut, known as Matoka, was a Native American woman belonging to the Powhatan people, notable for her association with the colonial settlement at Jamestown, Virginia. She was the daughter of Powhatan, the paramount chief of a network of tributary tribes in the Senocomica, encompassing the Tidewater region of Virginia. Pocahontas was captured and held for ransom by English colonists during hostilities in 1613. During her captivity, she was encouraged to convert to Christianity and was baptized under the name Rebecca. She married the tobacco planter John Rolfe in 1614. At the age of about 17 or 18, she bore their son Thomas Rolfe in January 1615. So Thomas Rolfe wrote about this. Her dad was Powhatan, and basically what had happened was, it's not like the Disney telling. She did meet John Smith. She met John Smith when she was very young, and she actually protected John Smith from getting attacked. But that was not the romance. The romance was with Thomas Rolfe, or no, their son was Thomas Rolfe. John Rolfe. I'm sorry, John Rolfe. And anyway, so John Smith goes there with the tribe. They meet the tribe. The guy wants to kill him. Powhatan wants to kill John Smith. And so let's show you a picture real quick that they got here. So Pocahontas runs up. This is when she's like 10 years old. Pocahontas runs up and says, "No, Dad, don't." And she stands up for them. And then they end up getting in a relationship, and they help each other out, and it's nice and peaceful. But then some English colonists come. And so I'm going to read about this in the capture segment. Some English colonists come and capture Pocahontas. Now, while she's captured, she talks to priests, and this is told differently by different people tell the story differently. So you kind of got to pick sides, or don't pick sides and just say you don't know about what really happened. But some people say she was what's the phrase they use? I'm just going to read this because they use an interesting phrase. It's like given out freely. Her capture, Pocahontas' capture, occurred in the context of the First Anglo-Powhatan War, a conflict between the Jamestown settlers and the natives, which began late in summer of 1609. The colonists took control of the James River, both at its mouth and its falls. Captain Samuel Argall, in the meantime, pursued contacts with native tribes in the northern portion of Powhatan's Paramount chieftain. The Potawatomis lived on the Potomac River and were not always loyal to the Powhatan. With Spelman's help translating, Argall pressured Lapasis to assist in Pocahontas' capture by promising alliance with the colonists against the Powhatans. Anyway, they catch Pocahontas. They hold her for ransom. Her father comes and gives them some captives back and some weapons, and they agree to this treaty. But the settlers are not happy with the amount of guns that Powhatan brings back and the stuff that he brings back. And anyway, so you think, unless this is a case of what's it called? What's the syndrome where you're with your captive and you begin to identify with your captive? Stockholm syndrome. This could be a case of Stockholm syndrome, or the stories of what was done to Pocahontas while she was held captive, because it does say in here, I don't know where it is exactly, but I read this the other night. England, her death, her legacy. Anyway, they basically said that she was R-worded by a lot of the white man. That's one of the negative stories, maybe the retellings of it, where it casts the white man as an evil guy, that they were R-wording Pocahontas freely. But here, John Rolfe and John Smith and Pocahontas tell the story. She says she was not happy with her father because the gifts he brought back were not the right amount. He didn't pay he didn't even care about paying the ransom. And she said, "You cared more about those guns than you did about me." And so she became a Christian, and she identified more with them. And she said they loved her and cared for her. And she became a Christian. She changed her name to Rebecca, and she lived with them. Now I'm sure the libs and the libtards and all them are going to say, "Oh, she had Stockholm syndrome and they were horrible to her and she was just going crazy. So then they forced that name on her." Meanwhile, the telling I like to think is probably more accurate is she saw that her dad didn't really care about her that much, and that those people were savages, and she saw there was a better way to live, knowing God and Christ. And she willingly married John Rolfe, and she willingly became a Christian, and she willingly changed her name to Rebecca. That's what I like to think. That's the story I like to tell. So Pocahontas was based. She saved John Smith. She helped the colonists. She got captured, but really, was she really captured, or was she kind of a double agent? I think she was the double agent. She helped out the white man. So let's go, Let's get it in the chat. Let's get a 07 for Pocahontas. My homegirl, Pocahontas. John Smith is the most commonly used alias. My name is Josh Smith. If I ever have run-ins with cops, they think I'm lying to them, but I'm not. So Pocahontas was cool. Ignore the Disney movie. The Disney movie is incredibly inaccurate. Let's move on, though, to the big news. So earlier in the week, we find out Trump is back on Facebook and YouTube, and that's what I was going to talk about. because I didn't really care much about this case. This case has been in the news for a while. It's one of the things Freddie likes to go and go on about. Oh, Stormy Daniels, he gonna get him. He gonna get him, and it's not gonna happen. Or if it does happen, well, it might happen. We'll see what happens. But either way, it's all a plus. This is all a plus. From PBS NewsHour, Trump says he expects to be arrested in hush money case, stokes unrest on social media. Donald Trump claimed on Saturday that his arrest is imminent and issued an extraordinary call for his supporters to protest as a New York grand jury investigates hush money payments to women who allege sexual encounters with the former president. First off, this is nothing new. This is nothing new, and it's not illegal. It's not illegal to use campaign funds to silence dissenters when you're running for president. It's happened a lot. Bill Clinton paid Paula Jones $850,000 over a sexual harassment case. Hush money is not illegal. Is it grimy? I don't know. I don't know if it's grimy, because when you're going for the top spot, everybody's gonna be gunning for you. And if you got the money in the campaign fund, what's the campaign fund used for? It's used to help your campaign, to make you look good, to help you win the election, right? So if somebody's coming and attacking you, you don't have time to go through all this court stuff. You don't have time to go to some libel suit, prove that they're lying and making it all up and beat them in court. You don't have time to do that. You got to win this election. So what do? You take some of that campaign money and say, shut up, dude, go away. Go away. You know you ain't got nothing, but I can't be dealing with this right now. There's also the argument that Melania, he didn't want Melania to find out about it. So that's one of the reasons he paid her off. But this is an old case. Apparently, Trump gave his lawyer at the time, Michael Cohen, some money, like $130K, gave him some money and said, yo, pay this beep to shut up. Pay her to shut up. And he said, all right. And now the case went against Cohen. Cohen got convicted and Cohen's out, right? But now he's the key witness. Now he's the key witness in this trial. And Trump, now you trying to hide your past. That's grimy. We see how. Yeah, you trying to hide your past. That's grimy. I'm trying to hide. Who's trying to hide my past? Trump's trying to hide his past? Look, man. Look, you're one of them Me Too girl. I'm not going to read your chats. Anyway, if you're down with that Me Too stuff, then whatever. You think like a woman. I get it. The rich and famous pay our little suits like this all the time. Whether it's true or false, the claim alone can ruin careers. Facts, baby. Facts. And people know this. The libs know. Well, I don't know if they do know it. They're kind of ignorant. But basically, this is just another thing, another spitball they're throwing at him, trying to hit him, trying to take him down. And he is doing the smart thing. He's feeding into it. He's going on True Social, which, by the way, we'll get into that later, why he needs to just ditch that whole thing. That just, you got to that's done, Trump. Get out of here with that. Okay. But anyway, I don't have no dirty laundry. Well, yeah, I do have dirty laundry, but I'm open about it. I don't think there's anything I've ever done that I wouldn't, that I'm like, I would hide from people. I wouldn't tell people. But anyway, if I was running for president, that would be different. I'm just some guy on YouTube talking out of my butt. So I don't care. I don't care. Now, if I was a politician, there'd be stuff maybe that I don't want people to know about, especially when you're running for president. So everybody knows this is fake, but he went on social media and he said, we're going to protest. We're going to protest. Now, he's saying that he could get locked up tomorrow. That's a very early estimation. If it's going to happen, it's probably going to happen later in the week, because the case is, I think the case is today or tomorrow, the trial, or it's tomorrow. And there's no way they're going to do all that paperwork in time to arrest him or indict him by tomorrow. But later in the week, it could happen. And he's just preparing people for it. He's getting out on top of it. He's coming out early saying, yo, this might happen. And he's getting his base lit. Like, we're getting hype, you know? And I think it's smart. I think it's epic. I hope he gets indicted. I hope that it's going to be a misdemeanor. It's not a felony. If it were a federal felony that they were trying to do something with campaign funds, this case has already been looked at in 2018. It's not a case. Okay. They don't have a case. They've already multiple multiple people, experts on the topic, have already said there is no case here. There is no case here. This is dumb. This is weak. Nothing's going to happen. But if he does get indicted, do you know how much that's going to rev up his base? Do you know how much attention that's going to put on him? It's going to bring him back into the light. This happens just as I'm getting ahead. I got to read some articles, but maybe I don't have to read articles, y'all. I'll just freestyle it. It all invoked in foreboding ways of rhetoric used shortly before the insurrection at the U.S. Capitol on January 6th in 2021. After hearing from then president at a Washington rally that morning, his supporters marched to the Capitol, blah, 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 blah. So they're trying to keep the fear in your mind, keep stoking the tensions about the fear. By the way, this is I'm reading from PBS NewsHour. Let's take a look at what Guardian's saying. Stack of trash, Guardian. Trump in panic mode as he braces for likely charges in Stormy Daniels' case. I don't think he's panicking at all. At all. I think he's hype. I think he knows. He's probably hoping he gets indicted. I'm hoping he gets indicted. It's going to be epic. It's going to be legendary. We going to protest. Oh, I'm going to be out there. Trust that. We're going to the Salt Lake Capitol. It's only a couple blocks away. I know where it is. I've been there. We'll go to the Capitol tomorrow. Let's go. Let's let it be known. Let's get hype again. So I'm ready for it. He gets indicted. He's not going. Okay. Let me tell you something. He's not panicking. Trump gets indicted. He is not going into a booking pen. Okay. He's never going to see a cell. He will be in and out of the jail in 1 hour. They'll prioritize his booking. Okay. Everybody else. And he has the Secret Service backing him. The Secret Service will still protect him if he gets arrested and indicted and goes into a jail. Now, when he goes into a jail, he's going to go to a special section of a special jail. And, the Secret Service are going to be there with him. It's not going to be like he ain't walking into Central Booking in downtown Brooklyn. That's not what's happening. Okay. He's not going up like where Biggie and Tupac were hanging out. That's not going to happen. He's not worried at all. He'll be fine. He'll be out in an hour. And then it's just going to light up. We're going to get lit. Oh, it's going up. It's going to hype so many people up. It's going to make the Democrats look so stupid, yes, yet again, for wasting money, wasting time, fear-mongering people, pushing this false narrative on people. Hate Trump, because they know people, the tides are turning. They know the tides are turning. People see what's happening under Biden. People saw Afghanistan. People see what's happening in Ukraine. At first, when the Ukraine thing started, remember everybody had their Ukraine flag in their bio? Everybody had their Ukraine flag in their bio. And everybody's talking about, we got to help Ukraine. But now people are starting to wake up. They're starting to see that, our country is falling apart. And we're sending billions and billions. Biden said 6 weeks ago that he will not send any weapons to Ukraine because it will start World War III. 3 weeks later, 6 weeks later, 6 months, however long it was, I made a short of it, however long it was, we're sending them 31 Abrams tanks. Oh, we got to send them fighter jets. Well, if we're going to send them fighter jets, we got to send them fighters to train them on how to use the fighter jets. People are starting to figure it out. And, the Democrats are worried. The Democrats are in fear. They're bringing everything they can. And this is why, even if he gets elected again, even if our democracy, even if our democracy isn't totally fraudulent, I'm using democracy right now as a code word for our, that thing where you go into the booth and you push the thing to pick the person. And yeah. So if our democracy, even if our democracy isn't 100% fraudulent, then, and he gets in, it's going to be the same. He's going to have to redo everything he did the first 4 years. They're going to be coming at him with impeachments every 2 weeks because he said something. They're going to, he lied about the burgers. He lied about the dangle ice, not giving him any softball questions like they do Biden. So what's he really going to get done except for maybe revitalize the nation, maybe wake more people up, call more attention to the nonsense, the tech oligopoly that's going on, the elites, the globalists, the communists, the Marxists that are taking over not just America, but the entire world, and we're the last bastion of freedom, and we have to stand up. We got to stand strong, or else the whole world's done. Everybody's going to be in a gulag. It might not be as bad as the gulags were in Russia. It might be a coffin apartment, a little 5x5 coffin apartment, and you'll work from a computer where you just basically you're going to be playing Bejeweled all day. You're going to be playing Bejeweled all day, and they're going to be harvesting your eyes and running ads. You're just going to watch ads and play Bejeweled all day in a bed, and that's all you're going to do all day. And you're going to eat bug bars. You know, that's the goal, and that's what's happening. That's the gulag that you're going to be in with your social credit score system and automation taking up all the jobs. We'll get into that later, but I'm getting off track. I'm getting off track. We got to get back on track. Stormy Daniels. Who's Stormy Daniels? Who is this lady? Let's check her out. I'm sure she's just some lady. Damn! I'm kidding. Stephanie Gregory Clifford. Dang, that's a white girl name. She's super white. Stephanie Gregory Clifford. No, professionally as Stormy Daniels. Way better name. Way better name. I have to say, Stephanie Gregory Clifford. Too long of a name. Not a good name. Not a good entertainment name. Stormy. Horseface Stormy Daniels. That's a good name. That's a good name for a porn star. I like it. It's a perfect name. It's an American pornographic film actress and director. Ooh, she high class. She was directing pornos. Imagine what directing a porno would be like. Hold on. Cut. Cut. Starry Night, you need to spread that cheek a little more. Let me get that leg up a little bit. Dante, come over here. You need to reposition. Let's get a little more of an angle on that. All right. Action. Bring the fluffer in. Drink. So anyway, this is the lady who's gonna bring down the greatest president in the history of America. This is the lady right here. Look, there she is with Trump. Yo, Trump got pictures with everybody though. What does that mean? That's like her best picture. She kind of cute back in the day. Very thick. Very thick around this section right here. Porn star. Yeah, she wasn't really a star. She was like the B-roll. She might have been the fluffer. She might have fluffed Trump. Okay, that's too far. I gotta stop. What's up, Stephen Will? All right. What's up, Dean? How you think she got the name Stormy? Some form of bodily. Okay. Whoa. Whoa, guys. Whoa. But, you know, she cute. She cute. I hope all these pictures are appropriate. Yeah. Yeah, I see why she was a porn star. Definitely got some special assets. Definitely got some assets. She all right, though. Now in her old age, she's not looking so good. She's looking spooky. You guys couldn't see all them pictures. Dang! How come she's the only one dressed here? So she's all right. She's all right. Let's move on. But as all this is happening, I find it interesting that just after Trump's back on Twitter, and now just this week, Trump is back on Facebook and YouTube. Trump is back on YouTube. Trump returns to YouTube and Facebook after 2-year ban. This is from Reuters. March 17th, former U.S. President Donald Trump posted to YouTube and Facebook on Friday in a return to the tech platforms he used to power his political rise until he was cut off following the January 6, 2021 attack on Congress by his followers. Everything's got to be about January 6th. The worst thing to ever happen in America. Worse than Pearl Harbor. Worse than 9/11. Worse than the Civil War. Worser than Worcestershire sauce. It was worse. It was just bad. That's poker. Yeah, sorry guys. Did that distract you? A shame the leaders are focused on drama instead of issues that are pressing. Yep. Anyway. Yeah, so what was I saying? Reuters and post on Facebook page and YouTube channel, which were titled, I'm back. I'm back. Let's check it out. We got one of them here from Trump.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Complicated business. Complicated.
Trump, let's go. It's very short. It's short, but it's good. It's got 500,000 views in 3 days. Not great, not great. He's only got 2.7 million subscribers. So YouTube was never his big thing. It was Twitter. And I think he needs to get back to that. People are already outraged that he's back on. Alphabet Inc.'s Google, the YouTube restored Trump's channel earlier on Friday. Meta Platforms had reinstated Trump's Facebook and Instagram accounts earlier this year. His Twitter account was reinstated in November. So as all this is happening, we got a year to go. It's coming up. It's going to get hype. It's going to get hype. And people are going to keep coming at him harder and harder. Okay. You think this Stormy Daniels crap is the biggest thing? This is what's going to take out our boy? Come on. If you think that, I got a Bruce to tell you, because you're dumb. This is not going to take him out. This is not going to be anything. But let's move on to the story. Now he's back. He's back on social media. Now he's still using True Social. Here's the thing. Here's the thing with Truth Social. Bloomberg's not going to let me show you this article. But basically, from Bloomberg, Donald Trump's True Social cut staff as SPAC languishes. So he's cut a large percent of his staff recently. This was reported March 14th from Bloomberg, but they're not going to let me read the article. The company behind former President Donald Trump's True Social has trimmed staff while awaiting regulatory approval for a merger that offers financial lifeline, according to people with knowledge of the matter. I've heard rumors the merger is with Parler True Social merger. I think you just cut that. I think you cut that. You get back on Twitter. Now, maybe don't cut it off completely. You want to keep building it up just in case they ban you again. You want to have it as a backup plan. But quit putting all your eggs in that basket, Trump. Get back on Twitter. Get back on Facebook. Get back on YouTube and take over. Okay? And Susan Wojcicki has stepped down. She stepped down last month. Last month she stepped down. The new guy is out. His name is Neil Mohan. Neil Mohan, one thing you might not know him for this, but what he's known for is he was behind removing the dislikes from public YouTube videos. So used to be you'd see the dislikes, you'd see the likes, and the problem was people were getting ratioed. And it wasn't even like an intentional ratioing. It just happened that way because people really didn't like certain people, like your Don Lemons, like your Young Turks. A lot of haters would just go there and just dislike all their stuff. Maybe not Young Turks actually, but your Don Lemons, these Rachel Maddow, and then most importantly politicians like Elizabeth Warren, Joe Biden. Joe Biden was a huge one. Joe Biden would have a huge ratio of dislikes compared to likes, and he was the president. Meanwhile, Trump, who we're all supposed to hate, would have a huge amount of likes to dislikes. So what they did is they removed your ability. Well, you can still dislike videos, but it doesn't show up to anybody. Nobody sees it. So even the creator isn't going to see it. I usually check up on my YouTube, on my analytics and stuff with Creator Studio app on my phone. I can't look at my dislikes on Creator app on my phone. I have to go into the desktop and go into Creator Studio just to see who's disliked the video. Most of my videos got like one dislike. We got like a really dedicated hater who comes and dislikes every video. It's funny. Some of them will have 2 or 3, and those are the bigger videos, which I expect that. But streams that get like 100 views always have one dislike. I know we got a dedicated hater, so I respect it. Keep it up, man. Keep it up. But nobody sees that. It does help me in the algorithm, though. It is interaction, so I appreciate it. But yeah, so where was I going with this? Neil Mohan. So he steps in. Now, this guy, let's look at this guy. He worked with 23andMe. I think that's not good. Doing a little theory crafting here. I'm not a fan of the new head of YouTube. This is a little close to Deus Ex, or to Ex Machina, the movie Ex Machina. That the guy who was on the Stitch Fix, I forget what that is, but MMA Global, that's not mixed martial arts, I don't believe. Where'd it go? Did they remove this from his? This is his LinkedIn. This is Neil Mohan's LinkedIn. And oh, here it is. Board of directors at 23andMe to present. So he's still a board of director at 23andMe. The Genealogical Center. So the guy who is, and you want to talk about targeted advertising, you want to talk about AI, you want to talk about all these things that we've talked about on the show, a guy from the board of director of 23andMe, which people send their DNA to, is the CEO of YouTube. Now, does that make any sense to you? People send this company their DNA. Oh man, that's not good. That's not good. It's like the movie Ex Machina. I'm sure as far as targeted advertising, and also here's the other thing. This guy is behind the pushing of the shorts. This guy is behind the pushing of the shorts. This guy knows that YouTube right now is in a battle to beat TikTok. Why do you think that YouTube let Trump back? Well, let's listen to this.
Has anybody noticed that everyone wants to go after and destroy TikTok?
TikTok!
Due to China influence and national security? When I wanted to disable TikTok 3 years ago, I was met with opposition from rhinos, Democrats, and everyone else. They actually went to court.
You know who it is? You can use a code to see it.
Now they realize I was right and have changed their tune. Sadly, I've been right about everything. And you know what? The Democrats know it. The radical left knows it. The communists and the Marxists within our own country know it. They want to turn our country.
Yeah, we talked about Pocahontas. Rebecca. Let's call her Rebecca. Can we call her Rebecca?
They want to turn our country into something.
I wouldn't call Paul Saul, just like I wouldn't call Ye Kanye. So let's call Pocahontas Rebecca from now on. That's her white name. That's her Christian name. She was born again. She got a new name. That's from the Bible.
We're not going to let them have. We're not going to let them do it. But we are right on so many fronts. And we're going to be right again because we're going to make America great again.
Let's go. Everybody wants to talk about TikTok. Sorry if I just blow y'all's ears out. That just popped up into the red. TikTok. Rebecca Hontus. I like that. I like that. Okay. So True Social is crashing. They're cutting staff and they say that they can only continue with the rate of income that they're having with the current staff after the cut. They're only going to make it till September before they start losing money and running in the red. So True Social maybe goes under. Or they do this merger with Parler. I still don't think that's going to be, I still don't think that's the way to go. I mean, it might be a good business venture, but as far as reaching the masses, as far as becoming the next president and taking back the crown, you need to get back on Twitter, Trump. You need to get back on, you need to take over YouTube, and you need to do shorts because this guy, Neil Mohan, is pushing the shorts. He's in charge now. He just unbanned you on YouTube right after you came out with a video on YouTube saying that you're going to go after TikTok. His number one priority right now is beating TikTok, same as yours. Now, I think he's Iranian, but maybe not. Maybe he's American Iranian or something. I was looking at it last night. I don't think I have it pulled up here. But so yeah, we got from theverge.com, Susan Wojcicki sets down after 9 years. She said it was to take care of her family and things like that, but she's out now. Neil Mohan's taken over. 6 things you should know about Neil Mohan. Number 1, he wants to beat TikTok. And Trump wants to beat TikTok. So he unbanned TikTok. You see where I'm going with this. Trump needs to get on YouTube, start pushing the shorts out. Start doing the shorts. Exclusive. Trump exclusive shorts on YouTube. Bro, that's the move. That's 4D chess. That's the move. And I'm sure they're already working on it, and that's why this Neil Mohan guy just let him back on. He has a strong background in advertising. Of course he does. He works for 23andMe. People send them his genes, and he works on targeted advertising and making digital profiles of people. He has overseen YouTube's battles with TikTok. TikTok's rapid adoption is one of the biggest threats YouTube has faced. Rather than just slapping up a clone of the service as some other social media sites did, the division launched YouTube Shorts in September 2020 in a single market, India, to test and redefine short-form content arm. Within 5 months, it was getting 3.5 billion views a day. In the country today, it gets 30 billion views per day. He played a pivotal role in some of YouTube's biggest products. He played a pivotal role in NFTs and making sure that there's no people getting ratio dislikes because Biden was getting too many dislikes. He's been working to address extremist content on the platform. Now, that's not good because But again, this is why they push the shorts. It's much easier for an algorithm to go through however many shorts get made a day. Let's say 50 million shorts. It's much easier for YouTube to go through 50 million shorts a day than to YouTube to go through 10 million hour-long streams. So YouTube's trying to get away from the streams, you know. For shows like this, maybe I'll have to go to Rumble. Maybe I'll have to go somewhere else. We'll see as the landscape changes and all that. I'm working on all that stuff, backing up the channel onto other platforms. So we're working on that. I'll always be doing this. Trumpisms are my favorite. No one's ever been righter than me. Kanye said it best about TikTok, how it's softcore porn gateway. I think he was talking about Instagram when he said that. Or maybe it was two separate interviews, but he definitely said Instagram is softcore porn. Or maybe he said yeah, he said Instagram in the one I heard. But anyway, so this Neil Mohan guy could be good, could be bad. We'll have to wait and see. YouTube isn't the only business that gets his attention, right? He's divided up between Stitch and 23andMe. So this is kind of scary. And Elon's the same way. Elon's doing the same thing. Elon's working with AI and genes and genetics and Neuralink and all that. This guy. So why are all these elites getting involved in like genealogical and Vaselines? Bill Gates working on Vaselines. This guy's at 23andMe, the guy who owns YouTube. Elon Musk, who makes cars that drive themselves and is going to totally destroy the trucking industry. It's going to totally ride sharing is going to be gone soon. We're going to get into all this in the third segment when I talk about the automation, but it all ties together. Everything it's all connected. It's all Satan's work. You know, Satan's working hard to bring us down. Even through decent people, Satan's working through them too. You know, so it's crazy. What else we got? Neil Mohan, we talked about him. 6 things you should know about Neil. Susan Wojcicki stepping down. True Social's firing people. It's going under unless this merger with Parler happens. Trump's unbanned. Fighting TikTok, as is Neil Mohan. Coincidence? I think not. Let's move on. Instagram, TikTok. What's up, Stubborn One? All right, let's move on. So that's the big story this week. Trump going to jail. Oh, I didn't even get back to it. So, yeah, it's a good thing. I think I did touch. I think I went through all of it. I hope he gets indicted. We're going to be out in the streets. I'm going to be out in the streets. It's going to be content. I'm going to be rocking my Trump hat. I'm going to be rocking the Trump hat. You know, we're going to be out there. And he won't spend any time. He won't see a jail cell. He'll be in and out. It'll revitalize his base. It's all a plus. It's all plus. You know, and Stormy Daniels needs to shut her mouth and get back to doing what she does best. Open up them legs. No, I'm sorry. No, that's not good. That's simple. Well, she's an evil woman, so that I don't know. I think she's aged out of the industry. Well, let's move on. News from earlier this week that kind of got just brushed under the rug, so that we could talk about other stuff. Russia forced down a U.S. drone. Now, why? Over the Black Sea. What territory is this? Let's read from CNN. A Russian fighter jet. Oh, wait, hold on. I have clips about Trump. Oh, well, I already talked about all that. I got a Neil Mohan clip. This is from Crowder. Dang it, I missed both the clips. This is Neil Mohan.
A decision, and as you described, an adjustment to a feature or whatever you want to call it. That of course.
Hold on 1 second, guys.
Other members of the leadership team here at YouTube, of course, were involved in as well. Of course. And
this is Neil Mohan.
A decision, and as you described, an adjustment to a feature or whatever you want to call it. That of course, I was involved in. Other members of the leadership team here at YouTube, of course, were involved in as well. Of course. And it's an example of something that involves those trade-offs that I was talking about before. At the end of the day, YouTube is a very large ecosystem of viewers and creators and other partners, and it was about making sure that we were kind of balancing all of those in sometimes sort of competing objectives or competing goals in a decision that we felt was the right sort of overall decision for the ecosystem.
That's the first time you've used the word compete in your life.
All right. That's from Crowder. Just a little Neil Mohan clip from back in the day. That's when he was talking about removing the like and the dislike button. J6 prisoners still in. Julian Assange Tate brothers still in. Yep. Yeah, lots of people still locked up. Lots of people. That's because the system's corrupt. Still locked up. All right. But we got some other stories in the little main story news section tonight. So this drone, is this an act of war from Russia? Let's play the clip. Well, let me read this from CNN. Russian fighter jet forced down a U.S. Air Force drone over the Black Sea on Tuesday after damaging the propeller of the American MQ-9 Reaper drone, according to the U.S. military. The Reaper drone and two Russian Su-27 aircraft were flying over international waters over the Black Sea on Tuesday when one of the Russian jets intentionally flew in front of and dumped fuel on the unmanned drone several times, a statement from U.S. European Command said. The aircraft then hit the propeller of the drone, prompting U.S. forces to bring the MQ-9 drone down in international waters. Pentagon spokesman Brig General Patrick Ryder added Tuesday that the Russian aircraft flew in the vicinity of the drone for 30 to 40 minutes before colliding just after 7 a.m. Central European time. So let's watch this clip. The Pentagon released the footage from the drone of the plane dumping fuel on it. It's a real quick clip, no audio. Let's just watch this. Kind of cool though. So look at that. It's spraying fuel. It's dumping fuel to damage the cameras of the drone. And then I guess they just clipped a propeller. Look how, but this drone's not that big. Let's watch that one more time. They clipped the propeller of it to bring it down. So they did not shoot at it. They didn't fire at it. They kind of just messed with it. I mean, is this pilot just having fun? Is this like a joke or is this an act of war? It may be looked at as an act of war. That's probably an expensive drone. And they downed it in the Black Sea. So, crazy story. I thought this was going to be like the big story of the week. But then Trump going to jail popped up. And that story just kind of disappeared. I do have, I think, one more article on it. I don't have a whole lot on it. But also, another event has happened. So our MQ-9 aircraft was conducting routine operations in international airspace. Here, let me show you. So there's the Black Sea for you. And this is where it was at, right up in here. Here's Ukraine. So Russian aircraft. I guess we were probably there because of Ukraine. So we weren't in Russian territory, but they had a plane probably in that area. Conducting routine operations in international airspace when it was intercepted and hit by a Russian aircraft, resulting in a crash and complete loss of our MQ-9. Air Force General James B. Hecker, commander of U.S. Air Forces European and Air Forces Africa, said in the statement, in fact, this unsafe and unprofessional act by the Russians nearly caused both aircraft to crash. So, and here's Russia. So actually, it's international waters is the Black Sea, but this is Russia right here. So if they're like flying the drone around in here, they're in Russia's, they're in international water. They're over international water, but that's awfully close to Russia. It's awfully close to Russia. So I don't know. Unsafe, unprofessional, and reckless. They're mad. He claimed that Russia had informed about this space that was identified as a zone for special military operation. Oh, so we're flying a drone in their special military operation area. And then they sprayed it with some fuel and clipped a propeller and it went down. Kind of like that balloon that we shot down from China, except they took care of it before it flew across their entire country. Interesting. They paint a picture of Russia like they're morons against Ukraine. Total opposite. Watch out for feds if you go protesting. Oh, yeah, we'll do a Fed watch. We'll do a Fed watch. Been listening while driving. How's everybody doing tonight? Pretty good, Jeff Hewitt. What's up, man? Yeah. Yeah, if he gets indicted, I mean, I'm going down to the Capitol. I'm going to see if anybody else is down there. I'm looking on Facebook trying to find if any groups are organizing anything. But I'll be down there, and I'll keep an eye out for the feds. You know, we'll find them. But meanwhile, another story from Vice. Now, Vice is a steaming pile of trash, so you got to take it with a grain of salt. But they're reporting that an even bigger U.S. spy plane spotted near where Russia shot down U.S. drone. A manned U.S. surveillance plane was seen on a mission in the skies not far from where Russian fighters downed the unmanned U.S. drone on Tuesday. So we're flying all up in their stuff. Isn't this an act of war, Joe? Isn't this what Joe... Didn't Joe say this would be an act of war if we sent Ukraine aid? It's probably an act of war if we got spy planes and surveillance planes flying around in Russia's waters. What you doing in my waters? Not fishing. Whatever. In the midst of a Pentagon briefing about one of its drones shot down by Russian fighter jets earlier this week, a manned U.S. maritime surveillance plane was spotted flying in the skies not far from the region where the incident took place. According to Flight Radar 24 data, an oft-cited civilian aviation website pulling open-source aircraft data from global networks, a manned U.S. Navy Boeing P-8 Poseidon surveillance aircraft was flying off the coast of the Black Sea in Romanian airspace, not far from the Ukrainian port city of Odessa, a frequent target of Russian airstrikes on Wednesday. The sight of the U.S. aircraft near the Ukrainian border comes shortly after the first time American and Russian forces physically engaged one another since the war began. Onboard pilots operate Poseidons, a large reconnaissance jet with unmanned MQ-9 Reaper. A larger reconnaissance jet than the unmanned MQ-9 Reaper that crashed Tuesday after an incident with Russian fighters. So, issued a statement about the phone call between Russian Minister of Defense Sergei Shoigu and Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin III, where Shoigu was told that the U.S. aircraft wouldn't be intimidated and could continue to fly and to operate wherever international law allows. Austin discussed his conversation with Shoigu with reporters during the Pentagon briefing following that call. So, lots of interesting developments over there in Russia. Our daily Russian war propaganda, or Ukrainian war propaganda, however you want to say it. I'm old Greg. JS with the Fed watch. Yeah. We're going to run Fed watch. What you going to do? I'm going to get up in there. If I see a Fed, I'll be like, yo, you're a Fed. What's more likely is we're going to see Antifa people who try not to look like Antifa people. And I'll show you how to identify them. If this pops off tomorrow. If I don't have to work tomorrow. I don't even know. Who knows, man? Who knows? But, so yeah, we got the drone issue, and then we got new news with the COOF. So, House Committee, Director of the CDC is there. Rand Paul, this has been going on for a while now. They're trying to keep it under the wraps, but he's been calling a lot of attention to the lab leak theory, a crazy conspiracy theory, commonly touted by far-right conspiracy theorists, that COVID came from a lab in Wuhan. Crazy idea that they have a virology lab in Wuhan, which is where the virus came from. It's crazy coincidence. I know. But we're supposed to believe that it came from bat soup. We're supposed to believe that it was what were they called? They weren't bats. They were a weird name for them. Coldy. I can't remember the word. But anyway, like weird little bat creatures in the soup. No protest means Trump is dead to the Republicans. We'll see if he even gets indicted, if anything happens. But yeah, so Fauci's coming under fire for the lab leak cover up. Years later, even though we've been done known this, everybody's been done known this. If you pay any attention, we know that Biden and Obama and Fauci funded GOF research in Wuhan, in the lab where it came from. We know this. It's all been revealed. But we're still supposed to not talk about it and pretend that it's a secret. Rand Paul's calling it out. From Deseret News, a local news station here in Salt Lake City. Let's read what they said. This is an opinion article. from Deseret News, released the COVID-19 intelligence. In a recent clip featuring Dr. Fauci, CNN described the theory that COVID-19 emerged because of work in labs as a minority view. But in fact, more than 2/3 of Americans say it is definitely or probably true that the virus originated in a lab. According to recent Economist YouGov poll that includes majorities of both Democrats, 53%, and Republicans, 85%. Oh, a recent Economist / YouGov poll, 53 and 85 between the two. I don't know. That's a weird numbers because that adds up to more than 100. But anyway, while the poll did not distinguish between people who believe the virus was intentionally created or naturally mutated within a lab, this theory of the origins of COVID-19, once dismissed as an idea held by conspiracy theorists, has become a rare area of agreement across party lines. Both the U.S. House and Senate voted unanimously to require the Biden administration to declassify intelligence gathered on the matter. The administration has yet to comply, and President Joe Biden has not said whether he will veto the bill. Even though administration officials considered a lab leak from the Wuhan Institution of Virology plausible as far back as summer of 2021, no, I was saying it way back before then. And both the Energy Department and the FBI believe the virus emerged from the Wuhan lab. So why the delay? On one hand, it's understandable why Biden is hesitant to let these particular bats out of the belfry. One is because he had to deal with it. He was vice president when we sent them the money for the GOF research. He was the vice president. And now he's running again for re-election in a year. You think he's going to let it drop that he gave money to the lab where the coof came from? The president. He did that when he was the vice president. If you didn't know that, then you weren't paying any attention to the world around you. And you probably have no business talking about any of these issues at all if you did not know all this. Okay? So, why the poll did not distinguish between people who believe the virus, blah, blah, blah. I already read that. Yet to comply. The president is encircled with a constellation of problems involving China, to include the spy balloon he ordered shot down last month, the impending meeting of Xi Jinping. Xi Jinping also just met with Putin. Wait, who met with Putin? Somebody just met with Putin, and people are mad about it. I think it's Xi Jinping. I might be wrong about that, but I saw that. I didn't watch it, but I saw the headline recently. And Vladimir. Oh yeah, here we go. The impending meeting of Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin. All I had to do was keep reading because this happened. This did happen. So this article was before it happened. Rising tension over Taiwan, and now reports that Biden family members and associates received $3 million from a Chinese company. Oh, wow. Whatever is contained in that intelligence is sure to add another geopolitical headache. The assessment of Utah Rep. Chris Stewart increasingly seems right, that the U.S. is afraid of confronting China. But the controversy isn't going away, despite the administration's best efforts to ignore it or to direct attention to a new report that tries to vindicate bats or implicate illegally sold raccoon dogs, nor should it. So let's go. Everything's coming out. Everything's coming to light, you know? Vindication. I want a vacation. Let's watch some Fauci.
Go, schools, businesses, nearly every aspect of American life shut down.
Fauci ouchie talking about you. What you gonna do? Let's go.
As we all headed inside in an attempt to avoid a deadly virus. Since then, COVID-19 has taken the lives of more than 1.1 million people in the United States and 6.8 million people worldwide. And while we were watching from home, Dr. Anthony Fauci was a consistent presence, briefing on the emerging.
We will have, and there will be enough tests to allow us to take this country safely
3 years.
through phase one.
And there's bright news in the fight against this global pandemic, according to the World Health.
Oh my gosh, I can't stand. This was something that I thought was over, of having to hear the redundancy of dumb people saying global pandemic. Okay, pandemic implies global. You don't have to say global pandemic. It irritates me when people say that.
Health Organization, fewer people are dying from the virus today than any time in the past 3 years. Dr. Anthony Fauci joins me now. He's the former director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases. It's good to be with you, Dr. Fauci.
Thank you.
3 years after the pandemic started, and there is still a debate over its origins. How important is it that a conclusion be reached about how this pandemic started?
The chat's not lagging. It's just slow chat tonight. But everybody hit the like button. We got 8 likes, 10 viewers. Some people are slacking on that like button. Let's listen to Fauci's response to this.
Well, it's quite important, John, because
I'm going to let you guys listen to this. I'll be right back. I'm going to take my 1 hour in break.
Things that would make it very, very unlikely and hopefully impossible for something like this to happen again. Now, since there really is no definitive proof, there are 2 possibilities that people discuss, and we might not ever know precisely and definitively. So probably what we should be doing right now, until we get the definitive information, which we might not ever get, is to put into place those mechanisms which would make it very unlikely that it would happen again. For example, if in fact it did evolve from a laboratory in which people were working in a laboratory, we need to put into place globally and internationally enforceable guidelines about what kinds of experiments should be done and the conditions under which they can be done. If it was from a natural occurrence, from an animal species, an animal reservoir, to a human, then we've got to make sure we pay very close attention to the animal-human interface and make sure we can enforce those regulations that don't allow the bringing of animals that could be infected in the wild into wet markets, the way we've seen in Wuhan and the way we've seen in other outbreaks like SARS-CoV-1 and other outbreaks like that. So we need to do whatever the origin is. We need to make sure that all the possibilities are covered. And then until we do know, which we might not ever know, let's get going with it and doing what needs to be done to prevent it from happening again.
There's a congressional committee that's been tasked with finding out the origins of COVID-19. Do you think such a committee can actually get to the bottom of that? And would you testify if asked?
Oh, of course. I would absolutely testify. I've testified before Congress hundreds of times. I am perfectly happy to testify if asked, and I certainly will do that. Well, what we need to do is get better cooperation and transparency. The only way we're going to find out, John, definitively is if we are allowed to be able to do surveillance.
Right, guys, sorry for making you listen to
of
this
the
demon
animals that are being brought in from the wild into the wet market.
Shut up, Fauci. You're such a liar. Sorry for making you guys listen to that demon for so long. There's more from him. He's been coming out because the ex-CDC director, this is from National Review. I'm just going to read it because there's a bunch of advertisements on this. From National Review. It's like wearing spinners in a boat and a belt at the same time. What a joke. That's going to stop another country from doing things behind closed doors. Antithetical to science, ex-CDC director takes Fauci to task for suppressing lab leak theory. YouTube, I'm reading from the National Review. Former CDC director Robert Redfield testified Wednesday that Dr. Anthony Fauci's suppression of the COVID-19 lab leak theory was antithetical to science. Redfield testified before the House Select Subcommittee on Coronavirus Pandemic on Wednesday that he believed very early on that the virus looked engineered. Yeah, everybody said that. When this first started happening, before even the lockdowns, I was like, yo, it didn't come from no bat. They made it in a lab. Come on. China sent out Wuhan human bioweapon missiles. That's redundant. Weapon missiles. Biomissiles. Human biomissiles. Wuhan, population of 11 million pre-COVID lockdowns, dropped 5 to 6 million. Almost half of their population left to Western countries because they knew about the COVID thing before the world knew about it. Did they leave or were they sent out? Were they sent to all the Western countries because they went to places like England? They went to places like Australia. They went to places like America. Human bio. This is how this spread, okay? And everybody who was paying attention when this first started should know this by now. But they banned and they restricted all the information, and now it's starting to come out. They're starting to have to declassify this stuff because people are tired of the nonsense. He said he had several calls with Fauci, WHO chief scientist Jeremy Farrar, and WHO director Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, you got a really weird name, in which he expressed a clinical virologist that I felt it was not scientifically plausible that this virus went from a bat to humans and became one of the most infectious viruses that we have in humans. He posited that he was excluded from later calls with the trio because he was told to me that they wanted a single narrative and that I obviously had a different point of view. The hearing comes days after the subcommittee revealed that Fauci prompted a scientific study in February of 2020 that purported to debunk the lab leak theory. A memo from the committee suggests, and they went and redacted a bunch of him and Obama stuff that says that where they gave them the money. A memo from the committee suggests the authors of this paper skewed available evidence to achieve that goal, and Dr. Jeremy Farrar went uncredited despite significant involvement. On February 1st, Fauci held a call with several scientists to discuss the origins of the virus. And why is the origins important? What's important about the origins? Well, if we're trying to pretend like China didn't engineer this and send out human bioweapons, we're being soft on China. Again, like that last article we read a little bit ago about from this Utah guy, we're scared of China. We're scared of China. Our government doesn't want, or they're getting paid by China. Probably the second one. Probably the second option. We're making money from China. We don't want to. What's the word I'm looking for? Implicate. We don't want to implicate China because then that messes up our business dealings with China. That messes up Biden's shell company, which is his son Hunter, from getting Chinese prostitutes. You know, he's not going to be able to go to China and get his prostitutes anymore. He's not going to be able to get that fentanyl. All right, I'm going too far. It was a little too much speculation, right? But no, we're getting money from China. That's why we don't want to get into anything with China. We're letting them take us over without firing a single shot. They got hyper missiles. They got satellites. They got TikTok. They're taking over the children's minds. They're winning the space race. They got chips. They took our chip technology. Biden's always talking about it, so it has to be important. They took our chips. And they released a bioweapon that was funded by the American government on the world. Facts. People got to stop denying it. Not only that, the WHO was funding the research. Facts. I don't care. I said it. Probably get beheaded. You know I don't regret it. Yeah, this might get me hit up. To be honest with you. But yeah, so the stuff's coming out. I'm only talking about this because it's Rand Paul's calling them out. People are calling them out. It is on the subcommittee floor, and their bill has been drafted. Biden will not sign the bill. Is he going to veto the bill? Who knows? He probably has no idea any of this stuff is going on. They're making a deep fake of him right now where he's going to say he vetoes the bill. They're going to forge his signature. Space Force looking dominated by China. Yeah. Unless Elon comes through, but Elon ain't about that life. Elon ain't going to war with China. Elon will work with China. Whatever helps him make a human race of robots quicker. You know? A means to an end. So that's that. Last main story before we get into the memes and the fun stuff and the reels. We got some funny reels. We got some memes. We got a lot of rapid fire news stories we'll blow through. We'll focus a little bit in the rapid fire segment on Dylan and Drew for Women's History Month. Dylan Mulvaney. We'll celebrate Women's History Month with Dylan Mulvaney and Drew Barrymore. I won't subject you guys to too much of that. We'll talk about the trad wife trend on TikTok. But let's look at this last story. Antifa. We got some Antifa news. We got some Antifa news from TPUSA. So Charlie Kirk, TPUSA, Candace Owens, they went out to a college campus, and California's Davis campus, of course, it's University of California, where it goes crazy like this. There's a bunch of degenerates out there. Arguably one of the most left-leaning colleges in the country. Before he took the stage, protesters swarmed the campus and began shouting in the faces of event attendees as they lined up to get inside. Let's watch some of these videos of Antifa. Yo, look at this chick. Look at this chick getting put. Dummy, you're supposed to be behind the banner. Unless she's protesting the protesters, which I don't, she might be. But I think she's just on their team and she's dumb and she got on the wrong side of the banner and now she's going to get, she might be protesting the protesters. Let's watch. Nah, she's just trying to get in their way. She's protesting the protesters. All right, based banner girl. Sorry, I thought for a second there, I thought she was like a dumb Antifa member who got stuck on the wrong side. Based. Look at this idiot. He's got snow goggles on. You got thin clothes on, but you got snow goggles on. What's that? Protects you from tear gas? Yo, it gets in your skin too, buddy. And your little surgical mask ain't going to help, just like it didn't help with the coof. All right, let's go to another one because there's a lot of these clips. Get out of here. Oh, uh-oh. I was going to say, are they not going to let me? Let's see. Men's restroom, women's restroom, gender inclusive restrooms. That's at the UC Davis campus. Wow. So he got up there, he did a speech. We'll see a few more of these clips. Stand up, fight back. They get paid? Yep. Yeah, I believe that. Imported protesters. They're trained from a young age now. We've talked about the Sunrise Movement, training young kids in public schools to protest. So this is being taught, and this is a tactic of fascists. And we always say this. You always hear conservative commentators saying this, and it's because it's true. A lot of the talking points that conservatives do, people are like, oh, you just say the same conservative talking points. They're talking points because they're true. And it's a fact that Antifa are the fascists. When a journalist is going to cover a protest or something, or a journalist is going to ask people questions at a protest, and Antifa swarms and puts lights in their face and plays loud music, that's fascism. Antifa vandals freely graffiti while security hassles journalists. So they're hassling this guy who's a journalist, or one of these guys, while they're just tagging up the building. That's cool. That's cool. And then here's Savannah was there. She got some clips. She was talking about it on her show. I was going to clip from her episode, but I ended up just coming to this TPUSA page and get it straight from them. This is the last one we'll watch. When they actually break the glass.
It's like it's such a
Man, that kind of looks like January 6th. Maybe they should shoot the person who did that. Dang, I think the police should shoot them, and then the police should get a medal for it. Isn't that what you do when people are breaking windows? Yo, it's the Men in Black. They got the Men in Black there. You know what that means? That means all those Antifa members are aliens. Do you guys know that? That's why the Men in Black showed up. They're going to neuralize us at the end of this clip. Oh, I guess they forgot to use the neuralizer. Yes, we get to remember that all of Antifa are aliens. Clip verified. Men in Black shown up on the scene to stop Antifa. They were aliens. Wow. Wow. All right. That's it for all the main story news. Let me bring up some memes. It's meme time, guys. It's meme time. Meme time. Stubborn One been coming up with a lot of memes lately. But he dropped all the memes right before the show. I already put everything together. What the? What you doing, Stubborn One? With meme action. All right. Guys, it's meme time. Your IQ is shrinking. Why? Because of the memes? Memes don't make your IQ shrink. Your IQ can't shrink. There's no such thing as a negative IQ, Freddie. Come on now. You can't. Men in Black. It just said Men in Black. They were the Men in Black. Here come the Men in Black. Men in Black. Galaxy's Avengers. I knew. You guys know Freddie's favorite rapper is Will Smith? He told me that. He told me that one time. He said his favorite rapper was Will Smith. Here come the Men in Black. The good guys dressed in black. Remember that, just in case we have a face-to-face and make contact. The title held by me, MIB, means what you think you saw, you did not see. I can't remember the rest of I have to think for a little while to remember the rest of the song. And aliens were invading. Yes, that's what was just happening. Let's go to the memes, guys. Meme time. And as for Freddie, uh-oh. Where's my soundboard? What's my soundboard doing, bruh? What's my soundboard doing, bruh? Hold on, my soundboard being weird. Whoa, 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 whoa. We got an echo. 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 Check, check. Whoa. You guys hear that echo? Check, check. Okay, it's gone. It's gone. Freddie.
Beta.
Freddie.
You ain't got the answers, man. I've been doing this more than you. You ain't been doing the education.
Bro.
Tupac, my favorite, like that charcoal, you put your heart and your soul. Wiki, wiki, wild, wild west. West, Jim West, Desperado, Rough Rider. No, you don't want none of this. 6 gunning this, brother running this, Buffalo Soldier. Look, it's like I told you. Guys, don't let me break out my Will Smith repertoire of music on you, okay? I know the whole Big Willie style and Willennium albums, just so you know. All right, let's get to the memes. Shark attacks. Apparently deep in the woods of Kentucky. You get it? Because look, there's Kentucky right here. Apparently deep in the woods of Kentucky. Dun-na, 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 dun-na. That just turned into Mission Impossible. Jaws Mission Impossible. Next meme. The spoon with the ice cream too hard. Dang, Becky. That looked like Becky. Give me that Becky. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Everybody knows a Becky. Look at when you're trying to nap, but your dog won't stop barking. Hush, puppy. You get it? Hush, puppy. Okay, bad joke. Bad joke. This is how you get Wuhan flu right here. This is by eating your hush puppy, eating your dog. Echo. Echo. You start barking too loud, that's you, buddy. There's no words for this one. This is a mural somebody had on their car of Paul Walker. This is somebody. That's just a funny one. Didn't she look like a Becky? Everybody knows a Becky from the trailer park. Girls' night out versus guys' night out. The truth hurts. Dang, look at all these girls in the bathtub. Passed out by the toilet. Got all throw up fruity pebbles in their hair and stuff. And then look at the men. Look at the men. You know? This is what's wrong with the world today. This is what's wrong with the world today. This versus this. You know? It's Women's History Month, ladies. Let's get it in check. Let's get it in check. I bought a dog today. Going to pick him up tomorrow. Well, don't make hush puppies out of him. All right. Why is there a dog in the drive-thru? Because he hold on, we have to cuss right here. Why is there a dog in the drive-thru? Because he can't fucking drive, Taylor. Taylor. What do you think, Taylor? Becky was freaky. Lord have mercy. Apparently, Pocahontas, her name is Rebecca. We're calling her Rebecca from now on. Apparently, Rebecca was the first Becky. Oh no. Oh no, Rebecca. Becky? Oh, I didn't even do that on purpose. Dun dun dun. Pocahontas was the first Becky. Oh, what a good callback. Dang. Border Collie. I had a Border Collie. They were cool. That's just some cool ice cream. That's Joe Biden's. Neither of these awesome ice cream cones, the Brawly or the Goku, are Joe Biden's favorite ice cream. He probably eats vanilla. He eats vanilla AF. Officer Perry and 6 other officers followed you. Yeah. Yeah, this is the big insurrection. This is the leader of the right. This is the hero of the right. He's best friends with all the cops, not just in the Capitol, but on his Facebook too. You've got mail. Drew Barrymore and Dylan Mulvaney. You've got mail. God, that's gross. Next. Oh no. Lori Lightfoot can now return to her day job as a floor model for Bass Pro Shop. Oh god, that's funny. That's so funny. Look at them eyes, bro. Oh, next. 1999 Calvin Klein. Dang. What a girl. She's a little too thin for me. Remember back then, the models, they were hot, but it was that heroin chic. There's that heroin chic, right? They all look like they're anorexic Ethiopian. They're, what was the whole joke? AIDS infested anorexic Ethiopians on heroin, you know? But, so we're like, guys, we like a little something extra to grab onto. I know there's guys that like this, but you want a little something extra to grab onto, a little more thickness in your Calvin Klein models. So we progressed as a culture because we asked for thicker Calvin Klein models, and this is what we got in 2019. I speak my truth in my Calvin Klein. This is not what we wanted, Calvin.
It's a man. It's a man, baby.
Sorry, that was the wrong. That's the soundboard for the next one. I don't really have a soundboard for this. I don't have a soundboard, but that's what we got. That's not what we asked for. We wanted them a little thicker, and this is what we got. And then what we have now in 2023. Oh my Lord! 2023 Calvin Klein.
It's a man, baby.
Oh no. Oh no. Nuke alert. Nuke alert. This is what we're at now in 2022, 2023 era. The evolution of Calvin Klein. Oh gosh. We could have just had the super skinny drugged out girls. Why did we have to ask for thicker models? And nobody asked for this. I don't know where this came from. Nobody asked for that. I mean, that's just blatantly.
It's a man, baby.
All right, let's move on. That's gross. Shabbat chicken bite corn missile dog. For our audio only listeners, which isn't currently a thing that we're doing, but one day we will be on podcast platforms as well as YouTube once I get the technical stuff more figured out. We're coming up on a year of the show, and I still haven't figured out how to do layouts and get us on podcasting sites and multi-stream. I think some of that just going to cost me a little money. I'm going to have to invest some money into it. So that's why I'm delaying. And I just want to learn to do it myself, but you got to spend a little money to multi-stream. But anyway, for our audio-only listeners, this is Fetterman and Joe Biden looking at each other. And Fetterman saying, Shabba-dabba-jabba, Guginer. And Biden responds, chicken bite corn missile dog. What's up, broski bear? Hola. All right, let's keep it going. When you get your gender studies degree, it has the Tobey Maguire with his glasses off. He sees a high school diploma hat, puts his glasses on. McDonald's. Mickey D's. That's where you're going, my boy. That's what you get with your gender studies degree. Or could become mayor of Salt Lake City, Erin Mendenhall. Our mayor has a gender studies degree. She's also a Marxist. She can't do a post on Facebook without the word equity in it. Every single post on Facebook has to have the word equity in it. Usually diversity, equity, and inclusion. Or if we say diversity, inclusion, and equity, DIE, die. We have a Marxist mayor. But every post has equity in it. And she has a gender studies degree. And that's not a lie. I'm telling the truth. You can become a mayor if you're a woman in a liberal city if you have a gender studies degree. Let's move on. Fetterman released from hospital Netflix version. That's dirty. That's wrong. Yo, he got a cute wife though. Is that his real wife? Is that his real wife? No way. Hold on. Let me look this up. Because I think that's him with just a face thing on. With just a deep fake. Fetterman's wife. Dang. Giselle Thick. What? Damn. I knew I liked Fetterman. I'd like Fetterman, guys. Did you know? I've said that. I like him. He's just a poor little happy guy with a hoodie on. He's kind of retarded. And I feel bad. He's being used as a puppet by the evil demons in the Democrat Party. But whatever. He gets his shine on. Look at his wife, though. She kind of thick. Hold up. What up, girl? What up, girl? Oh, man. Fetty. No. Dang, Fetty? Dang, Fetty. Hey, Fetty ain't playing. She could get it. All right. All right, Fetty. All right. All right. Swear I coined the words Mickey D. She riding dirty. Let's go. Let's move on. According to Democrats, these are average people and these are extremists. Ah, yes. Welcome to America in 2023. Yep, this is normal. This is evil. Calling evil good, calling good evil and evil good. This is how we're in the end times. But we're always in the end times. I'm not a doomsdayer. I'm not one of those guys. But when I say things like we're in the end times, we're always been in the end times. We're always going to be in the end times. There's nothing new under the sun. The world's an evil place. Satan has dominion over the world. And we're supposed to be in the world, but not of the world. We're not supposed to think like the world. So it's okay if they hate us. They hated Jesus first. We're supposed to be hated. Let's keep it moving. Dating a guy that drives an electric car. I hope I didn't get him pregnant. Let's go. Let's go. Trad wife. Except she's not a trad wife. Because if she was a trad wife, she wouldn't be sleeping with a guy with an electric car or dating a guy. Train your boys to be men before our enemies train them to be women. Dang, that's a good meme. It's not funny. Kind of sad. It's kind of sad because this is unfortunately this is a problem today because a lot of these boys don't have fathers, and we've seen what that does to communities. So let's keep it going. At least they didn't get aborted. When you finally decide to become a lesbian, but the first woman you hook up with has a penis. Oh no!
Beta. No offense, but it sounds like that's some fucking commie gobbledygook.
I agree 100. Not sure which part you agree with, but thank you, Spike. Let's keep it going. Were you agreeing that she's kind of thick? Fetty's wife? All right. 80 Drive. The street sign says Arlene Fuchs Katz. And it has the cat from the cat meme. Like, dang, who's got Arlene's phone number? Oh, how do we hook? That's the screamer I was talking about. How do I hook up with Arlene? Arlene is a furry. Arlene Fuchs Kotz. Next. Your face when you find out recess was canceled because a bunch of men in dresses are coming to read you stories. He like, what you talk about, Willis? What you talk about, Willis? I ain't gonna watch that. I ain't trying to watch that. That's little Curtis 50 Cent Jackson as a young child. About the end times? Yep. Little Curtis. Little Curtis, what you talking about? Ain't watching no drag read no story. I want to go outside and play. Climb on the monkey bars. Let's go. The face when your parents are married and one is a man and the other is a woman. Oh, look at that smiling baby. Look at that happy little baby. The face you make when your parents are married and one is a man and the other is a woman. Wow. What a happy, based little fella. Look at this based little baby. Happy little based baby. He's like, yes, I'm going to grow up in a great world. Everything's going to be different for me. I'm privileged. And he kind of looked white. So he's super privileged. Privileged with having good parents. Will Smith hit me too. Jesse's in the news. I don't have any stories about it. I haven't even really looked into it. But Jesse's back in the news. I guess the two brothers who he paid to fake the thing came out and talked about him. I have not watched it. But Will Smith hit me too. And he said, "White power," right before he did it. How to address all genders so nobody gets offended. Attention, all fairy tale things. I can't do a Shrek voice. Attention, all fairy tale things. I can't do Shrek's voice, but
It's a man, baby.
But that's what Shrek would say. Same character, Mike Myers. Let's go. Attention, all fairy tale things. X-Men. I want to zoom in, guys. Close your eyes. Close the children's eyes. These are the X-Men. These are the X-Men. Oh, no. Close the children's eyes. Let's proceed on. Biden says, I don't work for you. Trump says, I do. Perfectly. I do. That's every baby, right? No. Nope. That's not every baby. Every baby won't be smiling like that. The one's going to be not have any clothes and be in a box with poop on its diaper, not changed. People smoking cigarettes in the house. Mom's going in and out with different dudes. That's not every baby. But yeah, there's Trump, there's Biden. Big difference. Let's go. My son told me he's transgender. Wait, what's going on? I can see through you. My son told me he's transgender. So that makes me transparent. Lots of trans memes. That's a big thing in the news right now with Women's History Month. The trans seems to be the big focus in the news and the meme world this week. Scientists at Exeter University have reconstructed this 3D model of how Moses might have looked. Let my people go, brother. It looks like dang old Hollywood Hulk Moses. Hollywood Hulk Moses. Let my people go, brother. All right. I've been seeing this meme a lot lately, this face. Interviewer, do you remember tweeting no job's better than a blowjob? And of course the interviewer is going to be your boss as a woman. Yeah, that's what's coming, guys. Social credit score, good job, good work, good luck getting a job at the woman ran company when you posted that on your Instagram 12 years ago when you were in middle school. That's how the future is. Anyway, they got automation. They'll replace you anyway. Nope, not the last meme. Man survives bank failure crisis by not having any money in the first place. From the Babylon Bee. Base, dude. That's my motto of life. That's the way I live. People, how many memes do I have? People, how do you stay so calm and level-headed while everyone else is freaking out over the economy? These people have no idea how to live without money. They're what's called new poor. We're old poor. Yeah, you guys just don't know. You've never been poor before. Is this your first time? Get used to it. Mentally unstable, financially dependent, high drama, single moms on dating apps. You can be part of this. Mentally unstable, financially dependent, high drama single moms on dating apps. You can be a part of all this. That looks like Greta. Looks like dang Greta. And this is some guy named Liam something. I don't know who he is, but last week we talked about men getting plastic surgery and how this is a new trend and it's disgusting and it's weird and it shows how feminine all the men in society are coming. Now this is being pushed by the media, and we had that group going down to get surgeries in Mexico and smuggle some drugs allegedly. This is some guy named Liam something, and this is him from 2020. This is him in 2023 after getting jaw implants to have a more chiseled jaw. This is ridiculous. This is absolutely crazy. And that's the last meme. Sorry to leave you with that image in your head, guys. Oh, sorry about it. Sorry about it. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry, but the country's getting kind of crazy right now.
No offense, but it sounds like some fucking commie.
Gotta be Greta. Yep. Gen Z is the problem. Dang grifters. Modern problems, modern solutions. All right. Let's get into, let's check out some funny reels and we'll talk about this rapid fire news that we got. We got a good little chunk of some rapid fire news here. Let me see if I can, see real quick. I just need to make sure. Open a whole new window. Okay. Bring this over here. Blow this up. Oh. Okay, that one's not going to let me show it. This keeps... All right. Let's go right here. Let's blow this like that. So you shouldn't be able to see if I get a message or something. All right, let's watch some of these reels. We got some interesting reels here. This one's pretty interesting. A lot of like dating and stuff in the reels this week. I don't do the whole dating advice and the red pill stuff in that way, how to deal with women. Because my way of dealing with women is just not dealing with them. Let's go. Well, let's listen to this guy. He's going to talk about why dating is like practicing for divorce. Kind of interesting.
The word is not in the Bible. Like that word's not in the Bible. But the concept of what we call dating is honestly practicing divorce. It's like getting with people to then figure out if you kind of want to be with them, and then you get out of it. And then we're taught, like, as young people, like, try it as many times as you want to until you find the one. But what you've done is you've formed unknowingly a habit of getting into things and getting out of them.
Wow, I've never heard anyone say that.
So what ends up happening is when you get into a marriage and you're like, they're better than everybody else, and oh my God, I love them, and they bought me the right ring, and you go all that other stuff. When it gets tough, you're like, the first reflex I know to do is get out of it.
Yeah.
And that's why divorce is higher right now than it's ever been. And the saddest part is it's almost the same in the church. It's the divorce. It's because we've used this.
This will make
facts. That's true. I agree. I concur. Pretty deep. TikTok. I don't like TikTok, but I got it off Facebook. I didn't have to go on TikTok to get it. We are going to talk about some TikTok stuff later in the show. So I actually have TikTok pulled up, but I have the videos pulled up of the trad wives where I don't have to log in or anything like that. So didn't have to go log into TikTok for any of this. So let's watch this next one. Oh, make sure you guys can't see my, okay, good. You can't. Cool. So more dating stuff, more. This is from the Whatever podcast, but it's pretty funny. Let's listen to this dumb chick.
She's on a dating podcast called whatever.com. If you can decipher what she's saying, I think you might win a prize.
Okay.
I think like the biggest thing that like annoys me in like the whole dating world is like talking stages. Like that shit's so annoying. Like the whole like
talking stages. She's cute. Talking stages though annoys her.
And just like the inconsistency.
Let's do a like count. How many times she says like
And then like I literally like
One,
hate
two,
that like
three,
so much. But I think that's like my biggest
four,
thing. It's just like
What specifically?
just like the fact of
6,
just like you,
7.
like I don't know how to word this. Like in like talking stages, and
8,
it's just
9,
like labeled
10,
that, and
11,
it's like people like
12,
are considered
13,
like
14,
you can't like you're
15,
just like confused
16,
and like
17,
most of the time like the girl gets like
18,
attached or something,
19,
and they like see it
20,
like it's gonna lead to
21,
a relationship, and it's always not, and it's just like
22,
that's like my biggest
23,
thing. Like I just hate
24,
the whole like how like talking
25,
stages are
26,
so like normalized. Like
27,
traditional dating
28.
does not exist in this generation.
You know, stop. That's a minute. That is a minute I won't get
What's
back.
I don't know what she's saying.
My head became a sponge just
What is
hearing
she
it.
saying?
We're going backwards, Brendan.
So true. She said, I counted 28 likes and I didn't even start counting till after she had said it like 3 times. So like 31 likes, like 31 like. Now I'm doing it in a minute. Wow, that's funny. All right, let's watch another one. Oh, this is funny.
I'm going to Boise State University. Go Broncos! My name's Grace Cole. I'm going to Baylor University. Go Bears! My name's Grace Cole. Go Bears! My name's Riley Alford. I'm going to Stanford University. Go Bulldogs! Oh, yeah. I'm going to Stanford University. Go Bulldogs! Hi, I'm Olivia Moore, and I'm going to Auburn University, War Eagle. Hi, I'm Olivia Moore. I'm going to Auburn University, War Eagle. Hi, my name's Riley
I don't know why this makes me laugh so much.
Hi, my name's Riley McCartney. I'm going to San Diego State. Go Ass, yeah. I'm Haley Jackson. I'm going to Cal Baptist University. Lance up. I'm Haley Jackson. I'm going to Cal Baptist University. Lance up. I'm Leah Silva. I'm going to Baylor University. Sick. I'm Leah Silva. I'm going to Baylor University. Sick. My name's Betty McKeown. I'm going to FLC. My name's Betty McKeown. I'm going to FFT.
My name is Madison. I'm going to Texas Christian University.
My name's Madison. I'm going to Texas Christian University. I'm Dave Mahoney. I'm going to Boise State University. Go Broncos! I'm Dave Mahoney. I'm going to Boise State University. Go Broncos! My name's Grace Cole. I'm going to Baylor University. Go Bears! Go Bears!
Okay. I don't know why that made me laugh so hard, but it made me crack up. And then I can't play the audio on this one because it's like a Bruno Mars song. But here's a cool cat video. Gotta have a cool cat video every now and then. You know, look at this cat chilling. Look at this bear. This bear running away from this dang cat. What's up, Robbie? What's up, Bama? Look at this cat fighting this dog. Boom! Look how big that cat is. Yo, these cats are gangster. Look at this kitten taking this lion's meat. This cat. Oh! Cat made that deer jump on its back. Look at this cat sitting on the shrine. How you just going to chill on the shrine? She's trying to get the cat to come in for dinner. Dang, cat just bust through. Look at these cats on a skateboard. Oh, they fighting. They fighting. She gonna chop that cat's head off. Look at this cat on an airplane. Yo, this is the craziest one. This cat is chilling on the hang glider. Look at it chilling on the hang glider. What? Yo. Look at this cat fighting this fox. What up, fox? Let's go. Let's go, fox. Oh, another fox. Oh. Oh. Yo, the cat just ran off 2 fox. This cat's walking on water. This cat's walking on water, guys. It's a Jesus cat. That's blasphemy. I'm just joking, Lord. Look at this cat fighting this gator. Cat's picking food out of a crocodile's mouth. Cat and a tiger. Look, the tiger backed up. Tiger ain't playing with no house cat. Things are vicious. All right, that's it for the reels. That's it for the reels. Now, I hate to do this to you guys. Bamanolia got some Bamanolia Adventures got some lawn trimming videos, which I've watched those before. That's actually a niche realm of YouTube, is guys who just do lawn trimming videos. And a lot of these guys, their business exploded because of it, or well, really their YouTube exploded and their business stayed normal. And then they were able to start giving out free lawn care to people because they're making so much off YouTube videos that they needed more videos to film. So they just go to somebody's house, knock on their door, and say, hey, I'll do your whole yard for free if I can film it for my YouTube. And they're like, yeah. And then these guys just film, and Bama's got some good editing in there. He's got all the good stuff. So go watch Bama Adventures trimming some grass on YouTube. It's like ASMR for men, you know? Well, I think men like the weird girls in their ears going. But if you want some more less degenerate ASMR, watch somebody mow a yard and trim a yard. It's just very hypnotizing, hypnotic. That's not a word, but it's very. I've watched these videos before Bama ever did this, and now he's doing it, so I respect it. I like that. Go check out Bama Adventures, see him trimming some grass. All right, I hate to do this to you guys. In our rapid fire news, first story we're going to talk about Drew and Dylan. Dylan Mulvaney, the representative for Women's History Month this month, the official Women's History Month representative, went on Drew Barrymore's show, and it was very cringeworthy. Dylan Mulvaney and Drew. It'd be funny. We call it Andrew, and Dylan. Well, Dylan. Nice shout out, go Bama. So, you only prove that cats are a menace. There you go. Good job, Lord Spike. Hey, that's what's up. Good job. Good job, Mod. Good job. Go check out Bama Adventures. But so Drew Barrymore got down on her knees for that dude, Dylan Mulvaney, who came on her show and for Women's History Month to really stand up for the women. You know, really go all out for the women. As an image, Barrymore kneeling encapsulates a lot of what is driving actual biological women nuts about this whole evolution, which is trans women are coming into our locker rooms, in our sports, in our bathrooms, in our colleges, and so on, and taking over, Kelly said. This is Megyn Kelly talking about it in this article. Barrymore literally bowing before Mulvaney. And we as women expect to take the knee and just be thankful and say, we appreciate what you're doing to us, and anything else means you're a bigot. This is Megyn Kelly's quotes talking about the issue. It was so cringy. Her fake smile, Kelly said. This is an actress. Drew Barrymore is acting. And what was she acting the part of? Woke, weak, white women praying at the transgender altar. That's her part in this particular role. As they're both kneeling on the ground and then the floor feels safer, maybe I should do the next presidential debate from the floor. Perhaps I should have been sitting on the floor when I asked Trump or any of these other guys tough questions. How weak is she? Where are the strong women? What is it? False strength by showing every weakness coming out of your pores? And it may be an affection, which makes it, and it may be an affectation, which makes it even more insulting. So, Megyn Kelly, other women not happy about this. This was super cringe from every side. Everybody's tearing into this, getting a little chunk of this Barrymore, burying their teeth some more into this issue, into oh God, no, into Mulvaney. Oh my, the Mulvaney. Oh no, the Dylan Mulvaney. Oh no. Oh, I don't even want to think about it. That's a dirty joke, and it's kind of pause. I don't even want to go into it. But let's watch this. I made a short, guys. I had to watch it. I had to edit it into a short, meaning I had to watch this multiple times and scrub through it multiple times to pick out 1 minute out of this like 6-minute interview, condense it down to a minute for your guys' viewing pleasures on these shorts. I had to torture myself with this, so now you're going to have to watch it. You ready? Let me just bring this back to where it was. Is this articles? Yeah. All right, this should be all right. All right. Here you go. This is one of my shorts. Hold your food in, guys. Close the children's eyes. Cover your hands over your eyes. Whatever you need to do.
Oh my gosh, I had no idea how vulnerable I was even willing to get. I instead decided, hey, let me see if the world is willing to accept me this way from day one, and they did. And I can't imagine anybody disliking you.
Now she gets on her knees.
Do you know?
Here we go.
I want to know, ironically, who?
The audience laughs. You can't see what's happening here. You're an idiot. Everyone in the audience, all these women are dumb. And this is encouraging women to be like this. It's sad.
Dislikes me the most sometimes? Who? Myself.
Hey, What a coincidence, because you know who else dislikes you the most sometimes? Myself. That's a coincidence there, Drew.
Me too.
It's a man, baby.
Yes. And sometimes I think the greatest response can just be in the next joyous video or in the next win that you have, because that just goes to show that, like, you are continuing on, and whatever that those people are projecting onto you, it isn't actually penetrating.
Penetrating? Did Dylan Mulvaney just say penetrating?
It's a man, baby.
I'm sorry, I just realized that I'm sitting on the floor with Drew. I'm so happy to be doing this. Thank you for joining me on the floor. The floor always feels safer.
Now look at this.
No offense, but it sounds like some fucking commie gobbledygook.
That's about right, Norm. That's about right. So enough of that. It was very cringe. It was very gross. And it was just not a good thing. What's up, AO? AO, AO. So let's move on from that. All right. Let's get into this rapid fire news. I got a funny story. First off, I got in an argument. I've had this argument multiple times, but I got in this argument recently with Floor. She was eating boneless wings. And I said, boneless wings? You mean chicken nuggets? No such thing as boneless wings. That's not a thing. That's not a real thing. Who eats boneless wings? What kind of weak-minded
Beta
eats boneless wings? Boneless wings are the most
Beta
thing that I've ever heard. A boneless wing is a fancy chicken nugget, okay? Wings don't come boneless. Chicken wings don't come boneless. It's just not how they're made. So, turns out I'm not the only one who's thought this, and I'm not the only one who's had issue with this. Let's look at this article from Fox Business. Buffalo Wild Wings admits boneless wings are not wings after lawsuit. It's true. Buffalo Wild Wings responded to a lawsuit claiming its boneless wings are not actually made from wings, with the restaurant confessing to the allegations. A Chicago man filed a lawsuit against the chicken wing chain last week for false advertising, saying the boneless wings are overpriced since they are basically chicken nuggets. Ayman Halim alleges in the lawsuit against Buffalo Wild Wings and Franchise Inspired Brands, Inc. that the boneless wings are just slices of chicken breast meat deep fried like wings, and that customers would either pay less for the boneless wings or not purchase them at all if they knew what the product was made of. Now, I will say this. Everybody knows boneless wings aren't actually wings. Everybody knows, or everybody should know, that boneless wings are super, okay? But a lot of people like them because they don't like to get their fingers dirty, and they don't like the gristle and the fat and pulling the bones out and all that stuff. People are lazy nowadays. Nobody's hunting their food. Nobody's going out killing the animal and gutting it. And that wing, ooh, that delicious. There's nothing better. There's really nothing better than a boneless wing. It's one of my favorite foods. It's one of my favorite foods. It's the best food for a fight. It's the best food for a sporting event or a Super Bowl. It's a finger food that you also get nurtured and full from, with a spicy, tangy deliciousness and other available flavors that you can add to it. Wings are delicious. But boneless wings are a travesty. And they're super beta. But I understand why some people like them. But nobody should be dumb enough to think that they're actually wings. But this guy, I think he's being smart. He's suing for false advertising, and it makes sense. This clear-cut case of false advertising should not be permitted, as consumers should be able to rely on the plain meaning of the product's name and receive what they are promised, the lawsuit stated, according to Fox television stations. Buffalo Wild Wings, trolling a little bit, responded to the allegations. And I like this response from Buffalo Wild Wings. And I respect the dude suing them on false advertising. I think that's a great troll. I think Buffalo Wild Wings' response is a great troll. I think this whole story is just an epic troll. And it further validifies my thoughts that boneless wings are 100% beta. Okay? Buffalo Wild Wings is sarcastically confirming the allegations in the lawsuit, while also revealing well-known facts about other foods they sell do not contain what is included in the product's name. It's true, the restaurant chain tweeted on Monday. Our boneless wings are all white meat chicken. Our hamburgers contain no ham, and our buffalo wings are 0% buffalo. So they're trolling them. And the lawsuit claimed he purchased boneless wings from the restaurant in January, but regretted the purchase after learning what they were made of. He suffered financial injury as a result of the defendant's false and deceptive conduct, the lawsuit reads. I'm wondering what's going to happen. We'll keep you up to date on what happens with this. Halen was suing on allegations of false and deceptive business practices as well as other claims. Dude, this guy's going after Buffalo Wild Wings. And also, I'm going to throw this out there. Buffalo Wild Wings is garbage, okay? The last time I went to Buffalo Wild Wings, it was during COVID. The restaurant was completely empty, and there was like 2 employees. There was a cook, and then there was the person. There was a front of house person and a cook. And there might have been like one other person there, maybe a bartender. No, the bar was closed. And I had to wear a mask, walk to my table, take the mask off, eat, put the mask on, leave. Nobody was in the restaurant. One employee. Service took forever. And when it came out, my wings were cold. They were hard. It was horrible. And I was like, what is going on with Buffalo Wild Wings? Now, this could be due to the coof and all that. Maybe that's what they were struggling from. But other times I've been to Buffalo Wild Wings and it was not good. It was not good. You know, so they need to step it up a bit because wings are the best. Wings are the best. Let's see what chat's saying. If somebody sued over that, they need both their thumbs cut off. Why? It's funny, and they might get a little settlement. Who knows? If they get money, then they're smart. They are tenders. It's like the guy that wanted the Pepsi jet. So he bought all the Pepsi points, and then he sued Pepsi. He ended up settling for like $1 million, or he could have settled for $1 million, but he didn't, and he kept fighting it, and he ended up losing out. But his original settlement was like $1 million. Granted, he had spent like $300,000 to get the points, so he would have only made, but that's still $700,000 profit. So it's kind of smart. And I'm not big on suing people. I don't think biblically. I was taught in Christian school that Christians aren't supposed to sue. Come to find out later in life by going to the scripture and reading it and stuff, it's Christians aren't supposed to sue their brothers in Christ. You're not supposed to sue another Christian. If you're both Christians, you're brothers in Christ. You're not supposed to bring man's law into a conflict between 2 spiritual brothers, basically. But it doesn't mean you can't sue anybody. I'm going to use, if Satan's coming after me, I'm going to use Satan's tools to defeat him, you know? There's nothing wrong with Christians suing people. You're just not supposed to sue other Christians, or you're not supposed to like sue the church or anything like that, especially over monetary issues. So let's keep going through this rapid fire news. We got a story. This is something I was talking to recently with, I think, Freddie and Stubborn One. Basically, talking about how they're going to Mars. I've always said, why don't we the ocean floor? You know, we need to get. We got global warming. We got ocean levels rising. All the rich people are still buying houses on the beach, even though the ocean levels are rising and everything's going to be underwater when the polar ice caps melt. Supposedly, all this extra water mass is just going to come from nowhere, and it's going to cover the entire Earth. Right? That's real logical. Even during the Great Flood of Noah, the whole Earth wasn't covered. The same people who will say that the Bible's a lie because Noah's flood didn't actually cover the whole Earth. It just covered the area that they were in. Those same people seem to think that the polar ice caps melting will put the entire planet underwater. So we have to go to Mars. So Elon Musk is trying to figure out how to get to Mars. Meanwhile, 70% of the planet's covered in water. The water levels are supposedly rising. Why don't we just figure out how to make a dang dome and live underwater, right? It can't be harder to figure out how to get a dome. And you don't even have to go to the bottom of the ocean where the pressures are super high. We're not talking about the Marianas Trench. We're talking about beaches built out into the water, maybe a couple hundred yards, and houses that are in domes. And you can build on land currently, since supposedly the sea level's rising. This beach is going to be underwater in 20 years. Build domes. Start building homes and domes on the beaches, right? That can be underwater. And this should be way easier to do than figuring out how to get to Mars and then how to live on Mars. Why don't we just figure out how to live underwater, right? Seems so much simpler. Well, I got a story for you guys relating to that. USF professor. USF is the college in Tampa. One of my brothers went there. That's where I would have went if I would have went to college, probably. USF professor reports live from 22 feet underwater where he will live for 100 days. Let's watch this article.
Inflation and cookie prices keep going.
We got ads. A University of South Florida professor hopes to set a world record while inspiring a new generation's love of science and biology. Associate Professor Dr. Joe Duturi is 20 feet under the sea in a lagoon of Key Largo for 100 days. Let's listen to this.
It's terrific.
So where'd you get the idea for Project Neptune, and what's the purpose of it?
Oh, okay. So the project, the genesis of this came in 2012 when James Cameron, the filmmaker, asked me to evaluate his submersible. When I went out,
You don't have to share his channel, Lord Spike.
I found some of the
Thank you,
things
though.
that he did. And one of the things
I don't
that
mind,
he did was
but-
he found a sea lice. Normally they're really small. He found one that was 14 inches big. When we pulled the DNA sample off of that, it was a partial cure for Alzheimer's. And
I will say Freddie's channel is pretty cool because he does clips of all the shows that he calls on to. If he, if he was more consistent and put a little more effort into it, it could be pretty cool because he calls a lot of shows, and he just posts his clips of him calling into and trolling shows. It's kind of funny. He's got some stuff with Jesse on there, with JLP.
at that point, December 24th of 2012, I said, everything we need is here on this planet. So we have the disease, we have the cure, we just got to go.
Facts. Everything we need is on the planet. How about instead of trying to figure out how to go to Mars, Elon, just figure out how to put a dang dome in the ocean that we can live in, with a tunnel and a transport system up and out of the ocean and blah, blah, blah. It shouldn't be too hard. Waterworld.
Go find it. So at that point, I was like, we have to live underwater to be able to find stuff underwater. So that was the start, some 11 years ago. So,
and here you are. So what kind of experiments
This would be amazing. I would do this. This would be awesome.
will you be doing? I've seen some of your video following you on Facebook. I know you brought a banana down there in a bottle to show students what pressure does to things.
Yeah. So the experiments that we're doing right now,
Not the way the law works.
Serious science, the EKGs, the EEGs, the pulmonary function test,
Exactly why I
the
shared.
blood, the urine, the saliva, all that basic stuff that I'm just checking. We're also doing, microbiology. Yesterday or 2 days ago, we found a new psyllid in the sand right out here underneath the habitat. Brand new single-celled organism, new to science. So we're doing microbiology down there. Down here, we're doing, just a generalized view of marine science.
Was that a Freudian slip? He said down there, then he said down here. I don't know. This could be like a trick. He might not actually be down there because he said down there instead. He said down there, and then he corrected himself, said down here. I hope it wasn't a Freudian slip.
If you will. Most importantly to me, I want to find out what happens to the human body when you expose it to an isolated, confined, extreme environment.
So on that note, what do you feel like down there? Do you just feel normal?
So I feel pretty amazing. My vocal cords are a little bit squished, so my voice is a little bit higher. But otherwise, I feel terrific. I'm sleeping pretty well. Things are, just as they are on the surface. You slip, you trip, you fall, you get back up, that kind of stuff. Minor setbacks in research, most of it having to do with logistics.
Now, he's only 22 feet deep, and that's what I'm saying. We don't have to build a mile underwater. We could build 10 feet deep, 20 feet deep, whatever. Wrong channel. Well, if you didn't have a million channels, maybe you could market a little better.
And the change in pressure going up and down. Because you'd be surprised, this little tube cap thing, it's too much pressure to bring it all the way to the surface, so we have to figure out how to bleed off the pressure. Just little stuff like that is kind of hard, but otherwise, hey, we're doing good science, and mostly we're doing a whole lot of outreach.
So I know you're not going to be alone the whole time down there because you have students that will dive and visit as part of their schooling. I'm curious what you hope to
see what DeSantis did to protect our dollar. What do you do? All right, so enough of that. But yeah, I was just talking about this. We need to live underwater. Before we need to worry about going to Mars, we just need to figure out how to inhabit under the ocean. And the whole, basically, I don't really care either way. I'll be dead before the world's underwater. I don't think that's ever going to happen anyway. I think we'll be destroyed by a pillar of fire, not water. So I'm not really worried about this. I'm just saying, if this is what the globalists and the climate change people are so afraid of, the rising sea levels, why are they trying to go to space instead of trying to go into the ocean? Oh, it's because the whole climate change thing is a farce. It's a money-making power grab scheme for the globalists. And the space travel is the modern-day Tower of Babel. They don't care about going to Mars to live there. They just want to be the first one to get out there, or they just want to get funding saying that they're going out there, when really all they're doing is building a satellite network with hyper missiles and lasers and holograms and working on social credit programs and surveillance and automation and all these things. So yeah. Anyway, let's move on. Next story. Fun story, another fun story. We got some good fun stories in the rapid fire news segments this week. An Ontario anglers had to drill a second hole in ice to land this giant laker. It says laker. I don't know if it's supposed to say lunker, but you guys need to see the pictures of this one, so I'll show you. 57-pound trout. Look at that. Go to full screen so you can see the whole picture. A 57-pound trout caught in Ontario by this woman. It was a long, cold fight, but worth the effort when lifelong angler Sam Tpusa hauled an estimated 57-pound lake trout through a hole in the ice on March 3rd from an unnamed lake near Red Lake, Ontario. Tpusa and her boyfriend took advantage of the day go ice fishing near Red Lake, located in the West Ontario, north of Kenora. Because their snowmobile was acting up, they decided to fish a different lake than they had planned. Wow, isn't it great when something that normally you'd think of as catastrophic, like, oh, the snowmobile broke down, we can't get to our normal lake, we have to go to this lake, when something like that turns out to be amazing. Isn't that great? It's like a miracle. It's like a little mini miracle. 57-pound trout. Look at that monster. They caught a few fish using ice tackle. Then Bosha noticed an ice rod boat. Its reel was spooled, a 50-pound test braided line, and tied to 3/8-ounce jig with a 5-inch sucker. When she picked up the rod, it felt like a heavy weight was attached to the end of the line. The fight lasted nearly an hour, with the stubborn lake trout staying deep and making it tough for Bosha to reel the fish toward the ice. When she finally muscled the fish close enough to see it, the anglers realized the massive laker wouldn't fit through the hole. They had to drill another hole, get this giant trout. Look at this 57-pound trout. That's crazy. Hola, Flor. Hola, Flor. Hey, guess what? We were just talking about, Flor. I was just talking about you. I did a story about how a guy is suing Buffalo Wild Wings because their boneless wings are not actually wings. They're just like chicken nuggets. And it said that in the article. He said, all of these are chicken nuggets. And I said, that's the same thing I told Flor. Dang old, there's no such thing as a boneless buffalo wing. There's only buffalo wings, and then there's wings. There's wings. A boneless wing is a wing. And that's all I got to say about that. Anyway. So yeah, Flor, we were just talking about you. Let's move on. A couple more rapid fire stories. It's 8:07. I think we should get done by 10 tonight. They are not chicken nuggets, they are wings. No! Blasphemy. There's no such thing as a boneless wing.
No offense, but it sounds like some fucking commie gobbledygook.
That's what I think of boneless wings right there. All right. I don't know why I pulled this story up, guys. Get ready to go. Ugh! It's Women's History Month. Media mogul David Geffen, 80 years old, marries his 30-year-old boyfriend.
It's a man, baby. Beta.
That's what I think about that. So, billionaire Hollywood mogul and Democrat donor David Geffen married his boyfriend Donovan Michaels, who is a staggering 50 years his junior last weekend. The 80-year-old and 30-year-old were married in a small secret ceremony in Beverly Hills, California. According to now, this gets weird. This gets weird, guys. According to a report by Showbiz 411, little-used social media profiles for Michaels give the appearance of a New York City dwelling aspiring fitness model. His Twitter account is categorized as media personality, and his Instagram as a movie character. Let me keep reading this. I don't want to show you this picture of this guy because he looked super gay. Gevin has donated to the disgraced anti-Trump super PAC Lincoln Project, which later became engulfed in multiple scandals, including its co-founder John Weaver facing allegations from over 20 young men, accusing him of sending inappropriate and unsolicited sexually charged messages. So this guy's involved with this guy who sends pictures to young boys. It gets worse. In 2021, Geffen signed a letter opposing voter integrity laws, and in 2020, the billionaire was mocked after he notified the world. Look at this. After he notified the world that he planned to avoid the coronavirus pandemic by hunkering down aboard his private yacht, Rising Sun, which was sailing somewhere off the coast of the Grenadines in the Caribbean at the time. So this is how the rich people survived the lockdown. This is what the rich people were doing during the lockdown. They were in their yachts. Okay, he probably didn't have to wear a mask on his yacht. But it gets worse. In 2015, Justin Giggs, a gay porn star and prostitute who claimed to have engaged in group sex with Geffen for money, said he feared discussing his relationship with the media mogul because he was afraid for his safety. So I'm sure this is like an Epstein type guy. I'm sure this is type of guy who's involved in that sort of stuff. The Island, just a degenerate scumbag, a democrat, donating to Democratic policies, going out in his yacht during COVID. Married a 30-year-old when he's 80 years old.
It's a man, baby.
And it's just horrible. This is just gross. This is the sort of degeneracy we see from the Democrat Party. Let's move on. Next rapid fire news story. Terrifying moment. TV meteorologist faints during live broadcast. Hold on. Let me see which clips I have. Okay, that's the last clip. That's the last clip. All right. Let me see what chat's saying. What the? I installed David Geffen's kitchen cabinets? The same guy? Was it a big mansion? They are based off what part of body they are, and they are the wings. No! Boneless wings are made out of chicken breast, Floor. That's what we just read the article. They don't even come from the wing. Call me a snake, but they are boneless. You're not a snake for thinking you're just beta. But you're a woman, so I guess it's okay if you want to. I said, I understand why people don't want to get their fingers dirty, and we don't have any masculinity, and like people aren't out hunting their food and gutting it and eating it. So a lot of people, they want their little finger foods to be nice and clean and like that. I get it. You're a woman. You're a woman. I guess women are allowed to like beta wings. But if you're a guy and I catch you eating boneless wings, shoot. Wait till Men's History Month. Oh, you're going to hear about it. They own people to live on the yacht. It comes with the yacht. What does that even mean? Malibu home, not his Bel Air mansion. So, but it was the same guy? It must have been a decent sized home. You sure it was the same guy? That's crazy. That's crazy. I pressure washed Warren Sapp's deck like 30 years, like 20 years ago. No, like 15 years ago. Maybe more, like 18 years ago. I don't know. I was like 20. I pressure washed Warren Sapp, the football player in Tampa. Pressure washed his deck. Anyway, we got another anchor. Clean on the outside, dirty on the inside. We got another anchor passing out live on air. Let's watch this. Let me make sure there's no ads.
You may be surprised.
Okay, we got an ad. While the ad plays, we'll play this clip, but we got another news anchor. She passed out. Let me read the article once the... Okay. TV meteorologist is recuperated after she fainted and collapsed during a live broadcast. And this is from The Independent, is what I'm reading. Alyssa Carlson was about to give her weather forecast on CBS Los Angeles when she collapsed on camera during the Saturday morning broadcast. Co-host Rachel Kim and Nichelle Medina introduced Carlson for her weather. Who was ready for some blah, blah, blah. Where does it say? The channel quickly went to break as her coworkers jumped in to help and comfort her while waiting for medical help to arrive. Following the incident, the station tweeted that Carlson is now resting and recovering. And she said on her social media, "I'm going to be okay." She later posted on Facebook and thanked people for all the calls, texts, and well wishes. Now, this is where it gets interesting. CBS LA says she'll be back on air soon. In 2014, Carlson became unwell during a newscast for her former station, KJET, with what she thought was the flu. But after seeing a doctor, she told viewers She had been diagnosed with a leaky heart valve. So I went to the doctor and they said, have you ever thought about having a heart condition? I said, you were kidding me. No, I'm way too young for that. I'm very healthy. Now, this is in 2014. So she was young, having heart conditions when she was young. And now, recently, I wonder if she did anything that probably didn't do anything to help her heart. Probably hurt her heart. She went on to tell viewers that doctors had used stem cells from her pregnancy with her daughter to help repair the leaky valves. So they're using stem cell research, which I don't know how ethical that is. She used stem cells to fix her leaky heart valves, and then she probably got a nice Vaseline and a couple boosters, and that didn't help her heart get any better. Let's watch the clip. I don't even know if it's from The Independent, so I should be allowed to watch this. And it had nothing to do with.
And I'm Michelle Medina.
I mean, this has nothing to do with the Vaseline, guys. I'm just joking. Obviously.
Count News at 7 on CBS, streaming on CBS News Los Angeles. I'm Rachel Kemp. And I'm Michelle Medina in for Sheba, who is ready for some sunshine. I know I am. Let's start off with a check of your next weather with meteorologist Alyssa Carlson. She joins us live in the studio. Alyssa, this really is the calm before the storm. Not again. No. Oh. You know, we're going to go ahead and go to break right now. Yeah. Count News at 7 on CBS, streaming on CBS.
Yo, they thought it was a joke. They thought she was just being, her eyes rolled up, and it did look like she was playing around, but no, she went down.
News Los Angeles, I'm Rachel Kemp. And I'm Michelle Medina in for Sheba, who is ready for some sunshine. I know I am. Let's start off with a check of your next weather with meteorologist Alyssa Carlson. She joins us live in the studio. Alyssa, this really is the calm before the storm. Not again. No. Oh. You know, we're going to go ahead and go to break right now.
Yeah. Well, why was she saying not again? As if she knew what was happening. She said not again. That lady's passed out in her desk before. It's kind of weird. I don't know, but that was let's watch it one more time. In instant replay.
Meteorologist Alyssa Carlson, she joins us live in the.
She starts leaning over. She's like, I'm not feeling too good. Eyes gonna roll back. Oh, the eyes are rolled back. Oh, she's taking a nap. You hear her go, I made that sound before when I passed out. Oh, she done. Out.
We're going to go ahead and go to break right now. Yeah.
Interesting story. All right, let's keep it going. Let's keep this rapid fire news going. I've worked for many Hollywood and music industry folks, including all the big media platforms. Headquarters pays the bills. Nice. Climate change. All right. Let's keep it going. Florida man serving a 400-year sentence walks free after a flawed trial testimony discredited report. So this guy, Sidney Holmes, 57, cries after he was exonerated in a Broward County courtroom on Monday, March 13, 2023. Holmes served more than 34 years of a 400-year sentence for a 1988 armed robbery. A 2.5-year investigation with the Broward State Office's Convention Review Unit started when Holmes wrote to the Innocence Project of Florida to appeal his case, continued to proclaim his innocence. The organization said they found a number of indicators of actual innocence. Based on a review of the case, 5 of the 6 independent panelists voted that Holmes was innocent and his conviction should be immediately overturned. Holmes walked out of prison Monday to greet his family. He had served the majority of his time at the Everglades Correctional Institute in West Miami-Dade. That's a tough prison. I'm going to find something to eat. He told him, I can't have hate. I just have to keep moving. So apparently there was a robbery and there was a witness who saw the car. Let's see. Conviction largely rested on the testimony of eyewitness identification, which the court now decided was flawed. Additionally, the brother of one of the victims of the robbery found that Holmes' car, which would have been the getaway vehicle, had key differences from the vehicle described as helping in the robbery and likely was misidentified. There is no evidence tying Mr. Holmes to the robbery other than a flawed identification. So there's an eyewitness testimony, not strong testimony. If you have one eyewitness seeing a car drive away, the car didn't even match. It's like my cousin Vinny. The car don't fit. You can't commit. The glove don't fit. You can't do shh. So this guy served 34 years. You know what that means? That means he's going to get paid wrongful imprisonment money for every day spent in there for 34 years. He's going to be rich. He's going to bank. He's going to be very well off. He's going to be taken care of. Trust that. 34 years of wrongful imprisonment money. I think it's like $100 a day, guys. It may not be that high, but he's going to be set. He's going to be set. That's all I got to say about that. Let's keep it going. All right, last but not least, let's talk about these trad wives. Let's talk about this trad wife trend on TikTok. We all looking for a trad wife. Everybody here should be looking for a, don't be looking for a trad wife, but that's what you hope for, you know? If you're going to get with a woman, it need to be a trad wife. Trad wife means short for traditional wife. And the world is freaking out because there's a new TikTok trend. TikTok, as Trump would say, TikTok. I don't want to pop the mic into the red. TikTok, as Trump would say. There's a new viral TikTok trend, which is interesting. It's interesting that TikTok is pushing this or allowing this to be pushed. So there has to be an ulterior motive. Could be because they're feeling threatened by the fact that YouTube is doing the shorts. Neil Mohan, Trump is back on the platform. Neil Mohan is helping combat TikTok. Trump's helping to combat TikTok. TikTok doesn't want to lose their money. So what does TikTok do? It promotes the most soft-core right-wing beliefs that it will allow, right? Because it doesn't want America's right wing to rise up, and it doesn't want the kids to be learning how to be strong and be Christians and have good families. But they'll let the women get a little shine talking about the trad wives on TikTok. But the trad wives are blowing up on TikTok. To be honest, are they really trad wives? Because a real trad wife wouldn't be on the internet. I'm just saying. Is that true or not? A real trad wife would not be on the internet at all. Lord Spike with the $20 super chat. What's up, man? Keep up the Monday show content. Shout out to the chat. See y'all next week. Later, Lord Spike. Thank you for the super chat, man. That's very generous. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Guys, we are sponsored by viewers like you. Hit that like button for Lord Spike's super chat. Hit that like button. Hit up the super chats. Become a member. I got the Cashapp if you ever want to hook your boy up with a coffee, because I'm trying to quit drinking. So we're doing good with that. We're doing good. I talked about that at the very beginning of the show. But usually for the last couple months, I've been drinking during the show. I've been drinking a beer before the show, a beer during the show, a beer after the show. When I say a beer, I mean a 25-ounce beer. So that's like 75. I've been drinking 75 to 100 ounces of beer every night. And now I've got down to, last night I had a 40. So tonight I'll probably go to the store and get a 32-ounce big Miller Lite can for when I'm going to laying in bed watching some movies, falling asleep. And then tomorrow I'll get a 25-ounce can. And then the following day, I probably might go get some sodas, some Jones sodas. I want to go find where I can find like a 6-pack of Bill Jones sodas. I think I can do that at the Smiths. They have fancy sodas. And basically because you crave the carbonation. My stomach feels empty around 3, 4, 5, 6 o'clock. And then by 8 o'clock at night. And so what I do is I just push it farther and farther. Like last night, I didn't drink anything until 10 o'clock at night. And then I went and got a 40, and I drank it from 10 to midnight while I was going to bed. Yeah, I know, man. I don't think I'm like some super alcoholic or something, but I have been drinking like a 6-pack a day, like 90 ounces of beer. So I'm just trying to cut it back, and I'm trying to do like a nice stretch of no alcohol at all. So wish me well on that. Hopefully by next week. I mean, I'm totally sober right now. Haven't had any beer at all today. I got tea and water. But what was I getting into this for? Oh, the reason I'm saying all this is because I said buy your boy a coffee. Before I would have said buy me some beer, But buy your boy some coffee because I'm trying to not drink the beer. So hit up the Cash App, $Dreadedconservative. Hit the like button. And thank you for the comments, guys. The most important thing is that you hit the like button. But thanks. to Lord Spike. Protein. All right, so the trad wives who shouldn't be on the internet in the first place. That's why I say there's no such thing as a conservative woman. There's really no such thing. So let's look at trad wives from Business Insider using social media, and the left is freaking out. All the left is freaking out. This is, oh my gosh, this is taking women back 60 years, back to where before they had marital rape laws. Before we could have free lunch for our children and get daycare paid for by taxpayers, education paid for by taxpayers. Let's get free lunches in the schools and have the schools have the taxpayer feed our kids for us, and we'll just go to work and be a man. All the communist stuff that's happened. Let's look into this. Trad wives are using social media to romanticize a return to traditional values as more and more women face post-COVID work-life balance burnout. TikTok's trad wives are using social platforms to promote a return to traditional values. Many of the women espouse either a 1950s aesthetic or promote biblical ideology, or both. The trend has taken off post-COVID as women struggle to balance work and family life. SD Williams, 24, has a few strategies to make her homemaking fun. In a TikTok video she posted in June, she lists little things that she does to make her stay-at-home wife status more pleasurable. Always wearing makeup, listening to music while cleaning, wearing cute house dresses, and taking candlelit baths. Williams self-identifies as a trad wife, which she defines as a woman who chooses to live a more traditional life with ultra-traditional gender roles. This lifestyle is a return to a model of the family that was common in the 1950s. The husband goes to work, the wife stays home to do domestic work. Williams said trad wives aren't attempting to dismantle women's rights to work, but that is a choice made by individual women who believe a wife's role is to be a homemaker. I chose the trad lifestyle because I believe that women have drifted far from our roots. Hustle culture was not appealing. Internet is part of a larger trend of American making trad wife content, portraying their lives as tranquil, aesthetically pleasing, and unburdened by paid work. Trad wives position themselves as against hustle culture and burnout, offering a return to traditional roles and a solution to the overwork of women. So this is a pretty neutral article from Business Insider. Let's watch a couple of these TikToks. Stubborn One, welcome to Bronze. Stubborn One hitting that membership up. Let's go. You get the Trump emoji. You get the America F yeah emoji. You get the Biden and the other Trump emoji. And I get to make 2 more emojis, and I've just been slacking. I haven't done it yet. But eventually we're going to get 2 more custom emojis for the members. I think currently our members are Bibby, Seesaw, and Stubborn One. Thank you guys for being a member. I think Seesaw's a silver member, so I got to make sure I extra say thank you to Lady Seesaw because she's a silver member. You know. Once we get some more members, we'll start doing some member exclusive streams and things like that, and I'll put more work and time into it. But thank you, Stubborn, for that. Let's watch some of these TikToks, guys. I know I'm not pro TikTok. You're gonna see that I'm not logged in. I don't have a TikTok account. What is trad wife? Let's watch this. She cute. Her hair is just. Is it gonna play? I don't know if it's going to play. Huh. It's not going to play. Hold on 1 second, guys. Okay, we can watch it here. TikTok knows I don't like them, so they're not playing the videos. What's going on? The internet working? We got excellent connection. Steve Turley has been talking about this for a long time. Yeah, I mean, I think it's funny because a true trad wife would not be on the internet. Just saying. I'm going to keep saying that. It won't let me play it. Why? I'm not in an incognito window. Log in? I don't want to log in. It was playing yesterday just fine. Whoa, what the? Ew. Anyway, let me see. Let me see if I can pull it up on like YouTube or something. Anyway, I'm gonna show you some of these, and then I'm gonna show you some of the hate articles. Or let me read this, because it's funny. It has all the buzzwords that you hear so-called conservative women use, and you're not giving TikTok enough of your personal information, so they won't let me play the videos. I know, but they played when I set up the stream. And I really wanted to play this one from this other girl who's not as popular as this blonde girl. Oh no, this is my internet. My internet's being weird. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna close all this. I'm gonna close this. Sometimes my internet just be's weird. Oh man. We have a problem. A trad wife is a broke wife. Happy to broke. You're such a degenerate, dude. You're such a degenerate. Where's your wife? Don't you have a bunch of kids but no wives? Say degenerate stuff, you're gonna get a degenerate response, Freddie. You're no example of a man. They just want to Yeah, man, it's not letting me. Hold on, guys. Hold on. I gotta do something drastic here. I'm scared to do it. I'm scared to do it because I might lose. I'm gonna lose the chat for a second. I'm gonna lose the chat for a second. We lost the chat for a second. I think I fixed the problem though. They just want to. Whoa. Okay, 1 second, guys. Sorry, technical difficulties. We're getting it though. We're getting it. We're getting it. We're getting it. Boom, 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 boom. I almost got it.
Okay, so I'm here to make
Got
a
it.
clarification video because of the big controversy going around about the term trad wife and the intent behind the term.
She is very mildly attractive and she's got nice assets. I will say her hair is just longer than the limit of Pixiekin, Lesbo-ish. So her hair is just at acceptable length. If it was any shorter, I'd be a little upset. Your beauty is in your hair, ladies. She's beautiful though. She's got nice hair. So it's acceptable. I'll accept it.
As well as the intent behind my channel and what I post. If you are not familiar with the term trad wife, it is a woman who chooses to live a more traditional
A woman who prefers to take a traditional or ultra-traditional role in marriage, including the beliefs that a woman's place is in the home.
life with ultra-traditional gender roles. So the man goes outside the house, works, provides for the family. The woman stays home and she's the homemaker. She takes care of the home and the children if there are any. The misconception about the trad wife movement, it's not really a movement.
Maybe she has.
Nobody's pushing it. People are typically just living it and maybe
cute,
showcasing their lifestyle like me.
Yeah.
And we believe our place, specifically us as individuals, believe our purpose is to be homemakers. It doesn't mean that we are trying to.
So you can make 3-minute TikToks now. Oh, they're raising the attention span on people. I'm very attentive right now. I'm at attention.
Take away what woman fought for. There are a lot of people trying to make this a sinister thing or put some other darker meaning behind the term trad wife. Nobody is doing that. No trad wife TikTokers are saying every woman's place is in their home. We as individuals are just choosing to be homemakers. That's all. Trad wives also
Hey, dang, girl. I like that camera view.
believe that they should submit to their husbands and serve their husbands and family. And that triggers people because
Common with most traditional Christians.
Words submit and serve. It makes women think that we're saying that we're less than a man. That's not what we're saying. Trad wives just believe that they are here as women for a different role, equally as important though. I can make another video on that another time. To be a homemaker and to have traditional values does not make us bad people.
I agree with what she's saying, but she need to get off TikTok.
It's 2022. Women should have the choice to be homemakers or not without being judged. And women should also be able to use the term trad wife, which means traditional wife, and not be shunned for wanting to be more traditional.
Based. I agree.
5 things I didn't know were controversial about my marriage until I posted about them online. Number 1, I like to look nice for my husband. My husband loves me regardless of how I look, but I love putting in effort to look nice for him. Number 2, and this one's really crazy, I make his cup of coffee in the morning for him. Number 3,
Let's go.
I cook for him every night.
Let's
Number
go.
4, when we are together, I do not drive. And
Let's go. I've been done said that. That's supposed to be controversial. Men aren't allowed to say that women aren't supposed to drive. But she just said it. Let's go.
5, he is responsible for the final say in all of our financial decisions.
Based. These are based women, except for the fact that they're on TikTok. Now, if they were actually based trad housewives, they would not be on TikTok in the first place. Just saying. But she's more cute. I don't know. I think I like the blonde girl better. Blonde girl was thick. Anyway. Let's read. So we read a kind of a neutral article from Business Insider. Let's read this article from some outlet that I've never heard of called Hype Bay. Hype Bay. Hype, more like Hype Gay. Let's read this. Why are conservative women romanticizing 1950s housewives on TikTok? If you've been unlucky enough to stumble on the conservative side of TikTok, yeah, it's hard to stumble onto that side of TikTok because it's nearly non-existent. Chances are you probably encountered the latest trad wife trend. The disturbing videos usually feature a cis straight white woman longing for the 50s, an era when some women could opt out of participating in the corporate working world and be safe at home, stay-at-home mothers instead. The 50s were a time when being a homemaker was the default career choice for women, and there was no need or option for the fairer sex to go out into the workplace. At a time when cost of living is at an all-time high and inflation is affecting everything from the prices of our groceries to our dating life, it is no wonder why many are turning away from hustle culture and are yearning for a leisurely life in the woods. You know why inflation is so high and cost of living is so high? Is because we artificially doubled the workforce rapidly. We doubled the workforce rapidly. So of course inflation and cost of living is going to go up because you have 2 people paying for a house now, and now you're forced. The system forces women to work. Most women don't have the option to be a stay-at-home mom. So that's a lie. That's a lie. Or that's what they're saying, but that's not. This isn't because this happened because we brought women into the workforce. It's not like this happened, now women have to go into the workforce. No. We brought women into the workforce, and then the inflation and the housing costs went up. We artificially doubled the marketplace very quickly. So, of course, the economy is going to go through some changes when you do something radical like that to it. And now these women are forced to go to work. Most women don't have the option to stay at home. They have to go hustle. They don't like it. Get off TikTok and cover your parts. Right. Cover the jubblies. Listen. I let my wife's assets be all over TikTok. Is you serious? Is you crazy? Is you crazy? That's all I got really. But yeah, this article's funny. These women, however, have mistakenly conflated the effects of late-stage capitalism with feminism in the fight for true gender equality. Let's not forget that marital rape wasn't outlawed until the 1970s. There you go. There's your liberal talking point for you. And women of color couldn't vote, much less were treated like people. Wait, women of color, well, women couldn't vote either, much less, you don't even have to add the of color, but you see how these liberals like to use these buzzwords like marital rape and women of color couldn't vote. They couldn't vote. And marital rape wasn't even outlawed yet. Oh my goodness. We're less strict. The timing of this antiquated trick. And now it's, I want taxpayers to pay for my kids' daycare for a third of their waking life. I want taxpayers to pay for my kid to get educated for their entire life, from the time they're 2 years old to the time they're 30, because we're going to do free college education until 30 soon. And if that's not enough, I see these liberal women begging for free school lunches. We need the kids to get the free school lunch. So we got to pay for your kids' daycare, education, and feed them. Taxpayers have to feed your kids. But you're going out and working all day. You and the husband are going out and working all day. You can't afford to put a cheese and ham sandwich in Johnny's lunchbox, mama? Taxpayers got to pick up that bill for you? Oh, but these women, these women are strong. These are strong conservative women fighting for more communism, more taxes, more dependency. Strong women. The time of this antiquated trend is slightly suspicious as the lines between state and church in America continue to bleed into one another. What are you talking about? Stripping many of their bodily rights and autonomy. Oh, it's an abortion thing now. What conservative women women on TikTok are completely leaving out is the fact that the housewives of the 1950s heavily relied on help of women of color to effectively run their household and raise their children. What are you talking about women of color for? You know this is a liberal trash heap. What does women of color have to do with anything? For the record, there's nothing wrong with wanting to be a stay-at-home mother. Well, yeah, nowadays apparently there is something wrong with it, because you guys are writing a whole article about how it's a horrible thing. Or finding pleasure in adhering to traditional gender roles. If your choices make you happy, go for it. Do as thou wilt, Satan. What's wrong with the trad wife trend is that it romanticizes a time when staying in the home and marrying a man as a means for socioeconomic survival was mandatory, while women, people of color, and the LGBTQIIAAPP STD low IQ HDTV STD plus community were nowhere near equal. The misguided conservative niche is classist, racist, heteronormative, and completely misses the point. Firstly, in order for a couple to survive on one income, the working partner, in this case the man, would have to be making six figures at the very least. That's not true. In West Virginia, the cost of living is $14,000 a year. So there you go. So you're wrong about that. I wonder if the creators of these videos would consider their male partners wanting to be the stay-at-home spouse instead. You know what we call that? We call that
beta. No offense, but it sounds like some fucking commie gobbledygook.
Basically, yep. While TikToker points the finger at feminism for forcing women to work a double shift or take a domestic labor on top of an 8-hour workday, she ignores the fact that gender roles are to blame. Feminism urges us to examine why women perform over $10 trillion in US dollars in unpaid labor at home. What is this? J-Mock? Just play it here. Man, I don't want to click on it.
Did you hear about this leak from the Supreme Court? I did, yeah. This is an assault on women's reproductive rights. Women?
She doesn't have her phone in the case because her phone is recording her.
Reproductive rights? Yeah, you know, people with a uterus. You would define a woman as someone who has a uterus? Well, I mean, not just that. When you say women's reproductive rights, how do you define women?
Why am I watching this? I feel like I'm getting stupider.
Keep pretending you don't know.
Anyway. Sorry for that, guys. Capitalism works in tandem with the patriarchy to ensure that women are treated as sources of labor, blah, 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 blah. So, yeah, that's it. I'm not going to keep reading that. I got all my thoughts out about it. Trad wife thing. Get off TikTok, girls. Get off TikTok, girls. Sorry about it. You're not that trad. No traditional woman was on TikTok. That's all I'm saying. But they were kind of based. Ad Bowers wrestling fan 1994. If they shouldn't be on TikTok, then us men shouldn't be on the internet either. But I'm glad those women are using their voice.
Beta. No offense, but it sounds like some fucking commie gobbledygook.
That's all I got to say about that. What's up, Ad Bowers wrestling? No, men can go on the internet. Women can't. Come on now. What are you talking? Anyway, I'm not gonna read any of that. Frederica mess. I already read Dean's comment. Okay. Let's the last segment we're going to talk about some automation, but since we're on the trad wife thing and we're talking about women, it's Women's History Month. Let's do our Bible thumping now. Let's get the Bible thumping for the day out of the way, and then I'll take a quick break, and then we'll talk about the automation stuff. So, little Bible thumping time. You guys ready? Today, we're going to talk about a passage that pro-death advocates commonly will use when they're talking to Christians to say that God is pro-abortion or pro-death. Now, I will say, God, who lives and who dies is God's decision. God decides who lives and who dies. That's not man's decision. That's why we're against abortion. Okay? You can't kill a child. It's very simple. Don't kill babies. The end. Very simple argument. That's my argument. That's my position. Okay? Now, I don't have to go to the Bible to say why it's bad to kill babies. I don't have to. I don't have to use science to say why it's bad to kill babies. Everybody knows that it's bad to kill babies. Don't do it. It's not good. That's obvious. From Nephi, glad I found another patient. Sorry I made fun of you a little bit. We're just playing around. But yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe guys shouldn't be on the internet either. Maybe the internet is just bad all around for all of society. I've talked about that before. The information age is actually the disinformation age, or the people get dumber because of the internet. Can you slam your desk when you hit a good solid point? No, Dean, I have a cheap desk from Amazon.com. It'll break. I'm not breaking my desk. So, abortion baby killer activists will use this. We talked about months ago. We talked about the verse in Exodus that people use to justify abortion, and how the translation of it was changed in certain versions of the Bible to talk about miscarriage when it was actually referring to early births. That's the premature. The verse is referring to premature births. The verse in Exodus where it talks about if two drunk men are fighting and they bump into a pregnant woman and she gives premature birth, then the punishment, they'll have to pay a monetary payment, and if the child is not hurt, and if the child is hurt or the woman, then they will have to pay eye for eye, tooth for tooth, so on and so forth. Some versions of the Bible, they changed the word for a premature birth. They changed it to say a miscarriage, or a miscarriage, and people, it's stupid. People basically use this to say, oh, the Bible says abortion's okay. This is another one that they'll use to say that the Bible says abortion's okay. Let me open up something real quick, because I didn't write a whole, whoops. I didn't write a whole thing about this out. So we are going to take from another website a few points from it. Just give me 1 second. So we're going to look at Numbers 5, 11 through 31. Okay. And this is the ordeal of the bitter water. Maybe you guys have heard of it. Oh, the desk getting slammed. So, and also thank you for the guy from Nephi. I'm not offended, bro. I figured you were joking around. Ah, cool. That's what's up. Hey, and I'm from Salt Lake City, Utah. So that's what's up. Let me see here. Numbers 5, 11 through 13. So I'm just going to read it to you. This is out of the King James. It's going to be, if you don't do a lot of reading of King James Bible, it's going to sound confusing, but I'm going to break it down, simplify it for you, and explain to you what I'm reading in this verse after I read through all of it. It's going to take me a little while to read through all of it, so let's just read through it real quick. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, If any man's wife go aside and commit a trespass against him, and a man lie with her carnally, and it be hid from the eyes of her husband, and be kept close, and she be defiled, and there be no witness against her, neither she be taken with the manner, and the spirit of jealousy come upon him, and he be jealous of his wife, and she be defiled, or if the spirit of jealousy come upon him, and he be jealous of his wife, and she is not defiled, Then shall the man bring his wife unto the priest, and he shall bring her offering for her 1/10 part of an ephah of barley meal. He shall pour no oil upon it, nor put frankincense thereon, and it is an offering of jealousy, an offering of memorial, bringing iniquity to remembrance. And the priest shall bring her near and set her before the Lord. And the priest shall take holy water in an earthen vessel, and of the dust that is in the floor of the tabernacle, the priest shall take and put it into the water. And the priest shall set the woman before the Lord, and uncover the woman's head, and put the offering of memorial in her hands, which is the jealousy offering. And the priest shall have in his hand the bitter water that causeth the curse. The priest shall charge her by an oath, and say unto the woman, If no man have lain with thee, and if thou hast not gone aside to uncleanness with another instead of thy husband, be thou free from this bitter water that causeth the curse. But if thou hast gone aside to another instead of thy husband, and if thou be defied, and some man have lain with thee beside thine husband, then the priest shall charge the woman with an oath of cursing, and the priest shall say unto the woman, The Lord make thee a curse and an oath among thy people, when the Lord doth make thy thigh to rot and thy belly to swell. That's an important part. And this water that causeth the curse shall go into thy bowels, and make thy belly to swell, and thy thigh to rot. And the woman shall say, Amen, amen. And the priest shall write these curses in a book, and he shall blot them out with the bitter water, and he shall cause the woman to drink the bitter water that causeth the curse, and the water that causeth the curse shall enter into her and become bitter. Then the priest shall take the jealousy offering out of the woman's hand, and shall wave the offering before the Lord, and offer it upon the altar. And the priest shall take the handful of the offering, even the memorial thereof, and burn it upon the altar, and afterwards shall cause the woman to drink the water. And when he hath made her to drink the water, then it shall come to pass that, if she be defiled, and have done trespass against her husband, that the water that causeth the curse shall enter into her and become bitter, and her belly shall swell, and her thigh shall rot, and the woman shall be a curse among her people. And if the woman be not defiled, but be clean, then she shall be free, and shall conceive seed. This is the law of jealousies, when a wife goeth aside to another instead of her husband, and is defiled. Or when the spirit of jealousy cometh upon him, and he be jealous over his wife, and shall set the woman before the Lord, and the priest shall execute upon her all this law. Then shall the man be guiltless from iniquity, and this woman shall bear her iniquity. All right. So, what that was basically, if a man suspects that his wife has been cheating, and there's no evidence, there's no witness, there's no evidence. Maybe she's acting weird. Maybe he's just getting a weird vibe from her. Or it could be something as small as the spirit of jealousy coming upon the man. He feels jealous. He doesn't feel right. He feels like something's wrong here. They go down to see the priest in the temple, in the tabernacle. And he says, I have some suspicions. I don't know, but I have some suspicions my wife may have cheated on me. Now, it's possible he could have saw the swell of her belly and think that she got pregnant by another man, but it's also entirely possible that there is absolutely no evidence at all, and he just feels he just has a bad feeling, right? So they go down to see the priest, and what the priest does is he takes an earthen vessel, he takes a bowl, and he puts holy water in it, okay? Then he takes dust from the floor of the tabernacle, and he adds that to the water. Then he has the woman write out basically a confession saying whether she did or did not cheat on her husband. Now, if she did cheat on her husband and she writes it, well, mystery solved. There's no more riddle now. She just confessed it, right? But chances are, 9 times out of 10, whether she did cheat or whether she didn't cheat, she's not going to tell the truth when she writes the oath. She's going to say, I did not cheat on my husband. I did not commit adultery. I did not sleep with another man. She writes it down. And the man also brings an offering of grain. And this is the jealousy offering. She writes this down. She writes her confession that she did not cheat on the piece of paper. And then the priest takes this. He burns the jealousy offering. He adds that to the water. And then he puts the papers that she just wrote this on into the water and swishes it around until all the ink goes out into the water. Now, this is like a potion, right? This is the bitter water. This is a potion. Now, this is not an abortion remedy, okay? This is what the abortion people will make it seem like, is that basically God gave instructions on how to make an abortion remedy if a woman gets pregnant by another man. No, that's not what it said. That's not what it said. The woman nobody's even says that the woman is pregnant, right? the man just suspects that she had an affair. So, and then all this water is a bunch of dirt, ashes from grains, water, and some ink. Okay? The only thing that could possibly be part of an abortion remedy is the ink. Probably would not be good for a child if it was in her stomach. But this is not some abortion chemical. This is more of a magical thing. And if you don't believe in magic, which most of these abortion supporters, they don't believe in biblical miracles. They don't believe in God's power. They don't believe in God. They don't believe in what people will call magic, the magic of God or the miracles of God. They don't believe in that. So why are they saying that they believe that some priest can make an abortion remedy with dust and water? They don't believe it. It's ingenuine. It's Satan taking verses from the Bible and twisting them. It's what Freddie does all the time when he starts Bible thumping. He's not actually Bible thumping. He's deceiving people. It's a deception. It's Satan. That's how Satan works. Satan will take the words of the Bible and twist them up, and then Satan will use them to defeat good. And that's what we see here in this example from Numbers. Anyway, he makes the bitter water. The woman drinks it, and basically, if she was loyal to her husband, the water does nothing. Nothing happens. She can have babies. She can go live her life and have babies. But if she was cheating on her husband, sleeping with another man, infidelity, then this water, God will curse this water and make it the cursed bitter water. And when she drinks it, it will cause her thigh to rot and her stomach to swell. This is not swelling like with a baby bulge. This is swelling like when you're what's it called? Like when Ethiopians have that big belly because they don't eat enough. Your belly swells when you're not healthy sometimes. This is what they're talking about. Now, this is where it gets kind of tricky. A closer look at the translations. So what we have to look at, there is little question about the translation of the key terms in the passage, as can be seen in the general agreement in the different Bible versions. For example, the Hebrew word translates. So this is talking about the different words, the key words: stomach, abdomen, or wound. Beton usually refers to a woman's wound, but it can also refer to a woman's stomach. The only part where there's any disagreement between different translations of the Bible is about the thigh to rot and the swelling of the stomach. Some versions of the Bible imply that means that if the woman is pregnant, that God will kill the baby, okay, with the water. Some versions of the Bible say that that's not what that means at all, and that thigh to rot and stomach to swell has nothing to do with a pregnancy. It's just a curse. It's a curse that's put on the woman's health, but she will not be able to conceive in the future. Both of the different understandings of the translation agree that the woman's never going to be able to have a baby again. So people, the abortion supporters, if you come to them with this, what they're going to say is, well, what kind of God would allow a child to die? Well, my God. My God is just as much wrath as he is love. You can't have the love without the wrath from God. God is a wrathful God. God is a jealous God. God does not play. God wipes out entire civilizations. God will wipe everybody off the earth in a second, and that will still be love. And that's what people don't understand. So, yes, many times in the Bible, regardless of what translation you read, let me read this. So why would the NIV and the NRSV state or imply that a guilty woman in this situation would miscarry when the Hebrew words for thigh and falling away or wasting away are used? The differences between these two versions and others highlight one of the trickiest and riskiest aspects of translation work. That is, how should a phrase be translated if it is believed to be an idiom? In this case, the NIV and the NRSV translators follow the lead of numerous commentators who believe that the language about the thigh falling away was a Hebrew idiom or euphemism for miscarriage. For example, Philip J. Budd stated the following: "It is unlikely that a disease as such is intended. Most commentators take the expression to be a euphemism for miscarriage and or stillbirth. There is to be no fruit from an illicit union. Jewish tradition and probably the author himself considered this a most fitting punishment for the sin in question." If the NIV and NRSV are correct, their translations will more accurately convey the meaning of the Hebrew text to their readers. If they are incorrect, their translations will badly misinform readers. But the converse is also true. That is, if this is truly an idiom or a euphemism, then the majority of translations are giving their readers the wrong impression. even though they are technically translating the words accurately. In this case, the NIV and the NRSV would be accurately conveying the meaning of the text. But what it goes on to say is that it doesn't matter in this situation which text you read, it, whether you believe that she's just going to have her literal thigh is going to rot away and her stomach is literally going to swell, or you believe that this is an idiom for miscarriage. Regardless, the answer is still the same, that abortion is not okay. This does not justify abortion, is my point. My point is this verse does not justify abortion as the death advocate, the baby killer advocates pose. They are wrong. That's incorrect. And regardless, if you want to go with the softer explanation that she just, gets cursed and it hurts her and blah, blah, blah. Or if you want to go for the more hardcore translation that God literally will kill the baby because she made it out of infidelity. Regardless, this doesn't justify human beings, doctors, killing babies, selling their parts, doing stem cell research on them to make people live forever, and put adrenochrome in makeup and all this other crap. God doesn't say that we can do that. God decides who lives and who dies, not man, not a mama who doesn't want her kid because of convenience. So if God is punishing this woman, that's God. God can do that. God can do that. Josh is against violence towards furniture. I can't hit the desk. Look how flimsy this desk is. Well, you can't tell. You see the mic, Bob? You can't see this whole TV move. God decides who lives and who dies. Yeah, I can't keep doing that, dude. My whole thing shakes. God decides who lives and who dies. If you're born out of infidelity, you drink that bitter cursed water, your baby's gonna die, and you're not. This does not mean that we can go do abortions. Now, if you want an abortion and you want to go to the priest and you want to have him get some holy water and put some dust in a thing and then put some ink in it and you want to drink it and hope that your baby gets aborted, more power to you. All you're going to do is help fund bring some attention to the churches. But no, this does not justify abortion. And I wanted to point that out. I knew the Exodus one. We've talked about the Exodus one. Just helping you guys know that if you ever hear these pro baby killers talking about how the Bible says abortion's okay in Numbers and Exodus, well, no, they are wrong. They're incorrect. But that's that. That's our Bible thumping. Last but not least, we're gonna do probably about an hour long, maybe not a whole hour, maybe we'll do like a half an hour talking about automation. I got some articles and stuff, some interesting facts on numbers of jobs lost, studies on jobs lost due to automation, and Mark Rober, big YouTuber, 23 million subscribers. He only does like 10 videos a year. Mark Rober just put out a video on the new drone technology that's being used all over the world to deliver medical supplies, and eventually, before long, it's going to be DoorDash and rideshare is going to be replaced by drones delivering your food to your front door. And if you think that sounds crazy, well, I got some stuff to show you. So we'll talk about the automation domination when I get back. Let me find if there's something good to play. Oh yeah, this wild spring breaker story. I have not looked into this wild spring breaker story, but I heard about it. These Florida girls went crazy at spring break, apparently. It was just interesting. Let me just find something to play while I go take a quick restroom break. What could I play? Ron DeSantis unveils float. Let's play this Ron DeSantis speech. 30-minute speech. You guys just watch it while I'm gone. And then I'll be back. We'll talk about the automation stuff. 1 second. What's up, Johnny Bender? You're late. You're late, Johnny Bender. Why are you so late? Hit the like button. What's good? What's good? All right, listen to this speech.
Hopefully it warms up later this week. I know there's a lot of people that are on spring break, so we hope everyone enjoys themselves who've come down here to visit. I'm pleased to be joined by a number of people today for today's announcement. First, Taryn Bragdon. He's the founder and CEO of the Foundation for Government Accountability based in Naples. John Rothel, Senior Director of Government Affairs for Florida at the League of Southeastern Credit Unions. And Dr. Pete Wyndham, a dentist here from Panama City. So if you look at what's happening with our economy, we had starting in 2020 massive fiscal stimulus, and that ended up being trillions and trillions of dollars over a couple years. The Fed reduced interest rates to basically zero, pumped a lot of money into the economy. And that led to inflation. And I think almost anyone who was looking at what was going on over the last many years would have said that inflation was the likely result of those policies. Now, the Fed itself, when it was clear that we were seeing an inflationary upturn, said that it was transitory, that this was something that would just work itself out. And so they did not act when they should have. They got behind the curve, and so as inflation continued to spike and continue to be a huge problem for our economy, they responded by hiking rates very, very rapidly, very, very quickly. That's done a lot of things to hurt a lot of people, but it has put a lot of pressure on the banking sector in particular. And so we had recently this issue with the Silicon Valley Bank, which was bailed out. I mean, this is a bank that had invested in a lot of long-term bonds that were no longer profitable because the interest rates have gone up. They also did things like focused a lot on ESG and DEI and didn't do appropriate risk management. So they ended up being in a situation where they were insolvent. And so the Fed, because this is a bank that is very politically connected with people in Silicon Valley, the Fed and the Treasury Department bailed it out. Now, they try to say it's not a bailout because they say it's going to be paid for by banking fees, but who pays the banking fees? Customers. So you're going to pay more for fees to do banking in order to give the Silicon Valley people a bailout. Now, there was not a systemic risk to the economy from this one bank, but they were politically connected. And here's the thing. When you engage in those types of policies like we've seen over many years, someone is going to have to pay the bill. Ultimately, the bill comes due. And so what they've now done in the last couple weeks is they've printed another $300 billion and injecting that into the economy. Now, the problem with that is they spent the last year trying to take money out of the economy with their raising interest rates very rapidly. And so just what they've done since you've seen the hiccups in the banking is they've wiped out half of the reduction in the money supply that they had worked for the last year to achieve, all to be able to benefit some of these politically connected banks. And so what they're doing is they're, quote, fighting inflation and managing the economy in ways that make it more difficult for you, for average people, but are shielding the banks from the pain associated with the policies. And my question is, are you interested in giving these economic central planners more power over our economy, more power over your daily life and your economic activity? And I answer that question, double hockey sticks. No, we cannot have that happening. And so that's why we're here today, because we've seen a lot of mismanagement from the economic central planners. It's just by nature. You cannot do this effectively without there being.
What's the fight with digital currency? Most of the money isn't getting backed up with anything anyway. Because when it's one global digital currency, that's the problem. Is that they're going to crash our dollar, raise up, artificially inflate all the other ones so they can kind of neutralize all the different currencies, and then they make one global digital currency, which is controlled by the government. Now, banks are bad, government's bad. Neither of them should be controlling your money. So it's really the lesser of two evils. But we do need a nationalized currency. when we lose nationalized currency, that's a problem. Especially regardless of whether it's imaginary or not. We need a system of exchange. We need a system of currency. That's how capitalism works. We have to have a currency. It should be backed by something definite, and limited, a limited number of it. There's this much of it, and that's how the distribution is supposed to work. But they just keep printing more and more money, crashing it. But regardless, we have to have a nationalized currency. When there's a global digital currency, that's a problem. Because then they control everything. Then they can use your social credit score to just shut down your bank account, stop you from traveling, stop you from doing anything. No freedom. Gold is what it should be. It should have stayed on gold. But then they made it oil so that they could do fake proxy wars in all these oil-rich countries, which makes money for the military-industrial complex while crashing our economy. Makes money for rich people while screwing over poor people. Generally, that's the plan. Let me open these articles. Just got like 8 articles here, all relating to automation. Automation. It's an oldie, but it's a goodie. We haven't really done a lot of talk about automation, but this will kind of feed into the 5G stuff, as well as the surveillance state, the satellites, the satellite network. It all kind of ties together. But this is going to be specifically about automation. Let me first play this video from Mark Rober. Hopefully, he's a big channel. He's got 23 million subscribers, but I edited this up quite a bit. There's a lot of cuts. I trimmed it down a lot. It's a 30-minute video. Go check it out on Mark Rober's channel. It's about these new zipline drones. Let me play this clip that I put together, and you guys can check out these zipline drones, because this is what made me want. I saw this video, and this is what made me want to do an automation episode. Is this right here? So.
And now they're 4 seconds away. That is a nearly silent drone system that can deliver a package from the sky.
Let me show that again.
And now they're 4 seconds away. That is a nearly silent drone system that can deliver a package from the sky right to my backyard in as little as 2 minutes with dinner plate accuracy.
That's crazy. You see that little thing? That's what's coming. And they've been talking about this for a long time. Amazon's shown videos about it and talked about it, but it's looking like it's going to come true because of this company Zipline. They're making a lot of progress with it. And I don't know. It looks cool. It seems cool at first. Everything's going to sound really good here that he's going to say. All the plus sides of it, it's going to sound really good. We're going to get into the downsides of it.
This is the very near future of package delivery from a company called Zipline. It's been over a decade since we were first promised drone delivery that looked like this, and to be honest, I was never that stoked about it.
So that's the Amazon one. Packages on drones like that, it's loud, it's clunky, it's got to come down and drop it, and then you got these blades spinning where kids could be playing, animals, chopping up the animals. It's just, there's a lot of problems that they've had with it. But they've seemed to have solved those problems.
A few ounces, driving it to everyone with these 2-ton gas-powered vehicles is wildly inefficient.
He really makes a point to constantly go back to the gas-powered vehicles, these big gas-guzzling vehicles. We're going to get all these gas vehicles off the road. Really wants to keep you focused on taking cars off the road, saving the economy. It's more green. Yay, climate change. We won't be all underwater in 10 years if we just get door-to-door food deliveries, everything delivered to our front door by a drone. You can order everything online. You never have to leave the couch. You never have to leave your pod. We'll deliver your bug bars to you at your front door. You don't have to have a car. We'll probably give you a rebate stamp that you could go get an electric buggy, ride your buggy around your 15-minute compound city.
Bad for the whole planet, and not to mention just really slow. Drone delivery would not only take a lot of cars off the road, but it would be a lot faster than a car. It would be fully electric, fully autonomous, and it would cost pennies worth of energy per delivery. And because the droid that lowers the package can move laterally in any direction...
Are they going to arrest Trump or riots? Well, hopefully both. No riots. There's not going to be any riots. I'm hoping Trump, I talked about this for the whole first hour, but I'm hoping Trump gets indicted. It's going to be epic. I think he's hoping he gets indicted. It's nothing but pluses for him. It's going to be epic, and we're going to go protest. I'm going to go to the Capitol. It won't be tomorrow. Don't count on it happening tomorrow. I bet you tomorrow he doesn't get indicted, and everybody's like, oh, he didn't get indicted. He didn't get it. And then hopefully later in the week he will get indicted. I say hopefully because it's gonna be epic. No, you fool. Who, me? That one is insanely effective. But I don't want people to riot. We will protest. We'll peacefully and patriotically make our voices heard. And he won't see a jail cell. He'll be out in under an hour. And it's gonna do nothing but boost his base. Because this is a fraudulent charge. Throw a party, right. It's gonna be a plus. Whether he gets indicted or not, it's fine. This is nothing to worry about. This is actually epic. I'm hyped. And it's going to be great content. Let's go. But we're not going to riot. We're not dang Antifa or BLM.
It can make a dartboard-sized precision landing even in high winds, while the main drone can stay 400 feet up in the sky. If they can make it work there, why not use gliding drones to cover longer distances to deliver critical medical supplies for countries with lots of remote villages? Catapulting life-saving blood through the skies is what they've already been doing for over 6 years, which is why we need to head out to Rwanda to understand where this all started.
So these are ones that are in Rwanda. Now, this is an American company. I do have articles. We're going to look into this company, and we're going to talk about other forms of automation from self-driving cars, taking truckers off the road. Ride sharing will come to an end because cars will be taken off the road with this system. We'll talk about the jobs lost from cashier automations and kiosk systems, and it's just going to get worse from here. And the automation issue has been a thing since 2016 when they started using the self-checkout aisles and stuff. And we'll look at the numbers of how many jobs have been lost due to that. But for now, these drones are in Botswana delivering medicines.
And landing as another one lands every 90 seconds.
Every 90 seconds.
It all starts with an order coming in from a doctor at a hospital. Say, for example, for an emergency supply of blood. Then once it's all packed up, it gets passed out to be placed in the belly of the drone, and then the whole thing is placed on the launcher. And after some pre-flight safety checks, they launch the drone.
Yeah, I watched it last night too. Dude, Mark Rober's huge. He'll pop up on everybody's feed. When he makes a new video, it's popping up on everybody's feed. I watched this last night too. I was like, what? We're doing a show about automation.
90 seconds of the order coming in.
You build it and then you fail and then you try it again and you fail and you try it again until you have the shiny product that you want. This is a different type of aircraft. This is not what we had. The first one used to land on these inflated mattresses. The vehicle had a hook on the back. Yeah. It had a tail. Yeah. The tail would deploy like an aircraft carrier. Yeah. And then the fishing pole would pull it and it would land on the mattress.
Simple case, something like a grocery store could reserve some parking spots as a loading zone. One of the zipline engineers told me,
you can take a window from your local pharmacy and turn it into this portal.
So the droid would come down the chute, then some ASAP items like these would get loaded
there
inside.
You go. Your diapers, all your medical supplies, all your food, everything delivered straight to your door. As if we don't have a problem enough with lack of social skills in children and people going outside. Everything is right there in your face. I've got a whole system of entertainment here. I got games. I got YouTube I could watch. I usually have like, and we're so overstimulated. I'll like have a YouTube video going on my phone, another YouTube video going on my screen. I'm playing a video game. I'm talking to some people in a chat over here. I'm doing this, playing chess over here. And then I'm working on, it's like overstimulation and nobody ever has to leave their house. And it's a problem. This is not a good thing. It looks good. It sounds good. Oh, yay. We're going to live like we're in the fancy Minority Report movie. No, it's not going to be this great utopia that people think it is. You'll own nothing and be happy. Supposedly you'll be happy. You'll be happy because you'll never have to leave your pod. You'll start shriveling up. That's why aliens are so skinny. That's why aliens are skinny with big heads. Because their fake brains are made of robot parts in their head. So they have to have a big head for a bigger brain. You don't need physical strength because you just stay in your pod all day. The problem is, well, no, the aliens are smart. That's why they have big heads. They don't need bodies. But we're not that smart. We're not that smart yet. We're just going to get shriveled up bodies and regular size heads. What am I talking about?
Then it goes back up the chute, into the drone, and off for delivery.
That's right.
Say
It's a
on
prison.
a 15-minute video call with your doctor, by the time the call was ending, your medications could be on your back porch so you don't have to leave your house. You could also imagine how this could...
Well, that's good that the doctors won't actually have to see patients. They could just, you could talk to a deep fake doctor, a deep fake AI doctor on a screen, and that's how you're going to tell them that you're depressed, and they're going to send your SSRIs, and they'll be there in 5 minutes. And it's not even a real doctor, because medical is going to be, your medical services are going to be free. So real people aren't going to want to be doctors. Come on. Why would I want to go study for 10 years to be a doctor when to get paid jack squat because medical is free? Just get AI and deepfake doctors. ChatGPT could be a fake doctor.
Work with a distribution center or a large retail store. An additional win for the planet here is you don't need to use all the cardboard to box it up because it doesn't have to survive being shipped out on a big truck. But this isn't just for big stores. Your favorite local shop or restaurant can now more easily afford to send the thing to your door, but at an ostensibly much lower cost than a person driving a 3,000-pound car to drop it off.
Yep, had to make sure he mentioned the 3,000-pound car one more time. So that's what we're looking at. We're looking at drones flying around, delivering everything to your house. Automation, replacing cashiers, replacing stockers on shelf stock. Because yes, the video they showed the people in Rwanda, one person is just packing up the orders, putting it in a window, and then another person gets the thing ready and sends it off. Doesn't take a lot of employees, and pretty soon that's going to be mechanical too. Everything will just be done on a conveyor belt. Some robotic arms, pneumatic arms are going to come along and grab the things. Okay, so all these jobs are getting taken from this. Cars are getting taken off the road. Yes. Oh, we're saving the climate. Yay. No, they're disabling what you become dependent on to travel. So now you can't travel anymore, but it's okay because your job's going to be on the internet. So you're just going to sit inside your house all day. Everything will be delivered to your house. They're using COVID. COVID was a test. I always say this. COOF was a test, and we failed the test. So now they're pushing harder for Agenda 2030. They're going to lower the population. They're going to make people dependent on the government and dependent on technology, the technocracy, the techno oligopolies, the tech giants. They're going to be running the world. The Amazons, the Twitters. Our governments are going to be ran by dang Facebook, Bezos, and Twitter and Facebook and YouTube, now Neil Mohan. These are going to be the people who run the world, the technocrats. And we're going to live in pods. It's not going to be good. So let's look at, this has been an old topic. Let's look at 19 statistics about job loss to automation in the future of employment in 2023. In 2022, there are over 4 million industrial robots. From an efficiency perspective, that's no doubt a good thing. But yet we still have to have women in the workforce, right? Even though we got automation. So the automation is taking the men's jobs or what's happening here? From an efficiency perspective, there's no doubt a good thing, but the image of a never tired and always precise machine doing everything much faster does raise a question in our minds. Will my job be automated? You're right to wonder if that applies to you if you hold a clerical job or if you work on a production line, repetitively doing essentially the same simple task. It's time to dive into the jobs lost to robot statistics. So let's see. As many as 30%, and this is all from Tech Jury. As many as 30% of jobs will be replaced by automation, especially the boring and repetitive ones. Well, that's kind of subjective. Boring, repetitive is not, that's descriptive, but boring is subjective. 1.5 million people in England are at a high risk of losing their jobs to automation, according to the Office for National Statistics, ONS. We're at a risk of losing 375 million jobs worldwide by 2030. 14 to 80 million U.S. jobs are at a risk of being automated. The Brookings Institute estimated that 36 million workers will lose their jobs because of AI. The World Economic Forum says machines will create 58 million new jobs. Let's look for new jobs for machines. Let's look closely at the numbers first and then decide if you need to be considering options. Automation will displace 85 million jobs. The world will lose. Okay, so then I'm just going to reiterate each of the facts. 20.7% of power and IT companies have recruited for at least one robotics-related position in January 2022. 14 million robots could exist in China, making it the highest country for manufacturing automation. So at over 60%, food preparation is one of the jobs at most risk of automation, from The Economist. We got sources from BBC News, The Economist, Forbes, Power and Technology. So lots of people talking about this. The global medical robots market is expected to reach 12.6 billion by 2023. 26% GDP growth in China and a 14% boost of GDP in North America by 2030. It's going to boost the GDP that we have robots. The people aren't making that money, though. Rich people are making that money. The people who own the robots. Source PwC. By the mid-2030s, up to 30% of jobs could be automatable. 20 million manufacturing jobs will be lost to automation by 2030. 37% of workers worry they'll lose their job to automation. AI is replacing jobs. These are all stats. These are all, from PwC, from Oxford Economics. So from the Brookings Institute, from the Register, Europe will lose 12 million jobs by 2040. Could a machine do your job? So just some crazy stuff from GAO. Which workers are most affected by automation and what could help them get new jobs? Who's at risk of losing? I'm not going to read this because we've probably already been through this. Reading comprehension. Skills deemed important in the top 20 in-demand occupations by education level. So these are some of the jobs they're recommending you get with your education. If you have a bachelor's and above, you can evaluate systems analysis, learning strategies, persuasion, instructing. So basically, you're going to college to learn to teach the AI and program the AI. That's about these are the jobs that they're talking about. So you're going to have your programmers, and those are going to be really the only jobs. You're going to be programming AI, or you're going to be in a pod playing Bejeweled and looking at ads, and they're going to be harvesting your data from your eyeballs. We'll be speaking binary in no time. Yep. 0011110010010011111. New jobs, serving machines. Yeah, so we've seen this in restaurants, fast food places, and it sucks, dude. It sucks. I don't want to order at this stupid kiosk, and then you still gotta. If I have a question or something, I gotta wait for this person to come to the counter. They look all pissed off. You think a robot can't make a sandwich? Food industry's done for. Food industry's done for, and it's happening. A lot of the McDonald's don't even open their lobby anymore. They just do DoorDash and drive-through. So if you're coming in off the road, but yeah, they want to get cars off the road, but the drive-thru's open. Pretty soon, all these buildings, you're just going to have to order over DoorDash or some sort of app to have this zipline drone deliver it to you. At least it's an American company. I will say that, and they're doing work in Botswana. But China's also working in the Middle East and Africa right now with their social credit programs and their Skynet and their Sharp Eyes. JS is cussing in binary. I just cussed up a storm in binary. Zipline is an American company that designs, manufactures, and operates delivery drones. The company operates distribution centers in Rwanda, Uganda, Japan, and the United States, and Nigeria, with signed agreements to begin service in Cote d'Ivoire in Kenya, all over Africa. I think we're getting some Africans some jobs from an American company. At least it's an American company, but still, I don't think it's good. But so yeah, jobs are going down. This is gonna hurt the rideshare community. We'll get into the truckers in a second, but since we're talking about drones, we talked about the Russian drone. We talked about the drones delivering to your front door. This is an old story from the National Review. Here's the picture. Let's go here. Do you guys remember when China sent drones to police, to law enforcement in 22 states during the George Floyd stuff? When the whole world was outraged over this George Floyd thing, which was really not a big deal at all. Georgia, Florida. Really not a big deal at all, that they blew out of proportion. It wasn't just to affect an election. It was very much so used to affect an election, to outrage people before one of the arguably the most important elections in history and the most shenaniganed elections in history. They didn't just use George Floyd, but George Floyd had a lot to do with it. But isn't it interesting that as they're affecting an election using the Georgia, Florida stuff, and as they're affecting an election using the Fluhan virus, they're scaring the world with the Fluhan virus. China, which come from China, they're pushing the Vaseline on people because of something from China. George Floyd happens in America, and China, once again, is involved, sends America 22 drones to law enforcement agencies in 22 cities got drones, DJI drones from China because of George Floyd in 2020. Chinese company Dazhong Innovations, the world's largest maker of drones, and I will say they are some good drones. I would really love to get a DJI Mavic. If anybody wants to send me anything for Christmas, they're only like $1,200. Give some money to China. DJI Mavic. If there's a good competitive American drone company that can compete with DJI, I would like to get one of those. But they make good drones, okay? But I don't think they should be sending free drones to law enforcement agencies in 43 different law enforcement agencies in 22 different U.S. states to enforce social distancing rules. The world's largest maker of drones has donated drones to 43 law enforcement agencies operating in 22 U.S. states to enforce social distancing rules. Now, this is the country that has Sharp Eyes, Skynet, safe cities. This is the country that we've talked about all this, how they are pushing the social credit system, the surveillance system. They're winning the satellite war to make the net of satellites. The 5G, this is why China had to get rid of Trump. Trump was trying to ban TikTok. Trump was trying to ban Huawei. Huawei is the biggest cell phone. It's like the Apple or the Android of China, and they were the first big people in the 5G market. They were winning the 5G race, okay? They're winning the satellite race now. This is the modern war that we're in. It's not a war of guns and bullets and soldiers on the front lines and fake nukes. This is the war of the information, of the technology. The highest valued currency currently is CPM, clicks per minute. It's your eyeballs. It's the views. It's the view count. This is the biggest currency in the world right now. China knows this because they're developing the social credit systems. They're developing the AI. Do you think it's a coincidence that a guy who is a CEO on the board of 23andMe that collects genealogical data from all over the world also is the CEO of YouTube now, where they get most of the algorithm development for targeted advertisement and things like this? Controlling the narrative is done on YouTube now. It's not done. Nobody's watching CNN and Fox and NBC. People are learning and going to YouTube to learn. That's why YouTube has to convert to the shorts. That's why YouTube wants to bring Trump back, because Trump is against China, and YouTube's trying to beat China in the YouTube world. It's all tied together. It's all tied together. Total Recall, movie iRobot, kind of give me those vibes. I always refer to the movie Ex Machina. Ex Machina is so on point because it's the owner of basically Google is also working on AI, and he uses the data to make a AI robot that will pass the Turing test, and then problems happen. Of course, just like in every robot movie, the movies tell us this stuff. Life imitates art, art imitates life. It's cyclical. But yeah, so China was sending drones to law enforcement agencies because of COVID to enforce social distancing rules. Police in Elizabeth, New Jersey, for example, are using the drones to surveil residents in places where patrol cars can't easily reach, such as spaces between buildings and backyards. You know, so they automate your drone, they automate your job, they surveil you, they use the 5G's higher rates of accessibility for internet connections. Lady Seaside, what's up? You've been busy mothering like a mug. Going AFK. All right, later, Jeff Hewitt. We'll probably be done by the time you come back. So drones, automation. I guess this wasn't just automation today. It's drones and automation is one of the through lines through today. But yeah, so China senses these drones. Let's move on from that. That's an old story. That was from the beginning of COVID, George Floyd time. Let's talk about more automation. self-driving cars. Self-driving cars are self-driving cars here. Well, Tesla's got them, but like totally self-driving cars, this idea maybe seemed crazy or far-fetched a long time ago, but it's not so far-fetched that we have self-driving cars. For the most part, cars are going to be taken off the road. They're either going to be a very, very rich person's thing that only the richest people have, or they're going to be like very crappy electric cars that people are going to be given vouchers. Here's your car, but it's a self-driving car. Everybody gets a free car. Okay, everybody gets this free little electric smart car, little gay little buggy. Everybody gets one with this voucher, right? But you don't actually drive it. It's self-driving. So it just takes you to your work pod, because this is all very far in the future. Not very far, but this is all in the future. For now, people are going to have to drive to work until they get everything totally automated. People are going to have to drive to work, so they just get a self-driving car to drive you to your job and drive you back. Experts say they could soon revolutionize trucking and rideshare. Well, rideshare is going to be gone because they're going to bring in the drones. But trucking is a huge thing. And America doesn't like truckers. America doesn't like these guys that get to America and the globalists, not just America. I mean, and I don't mean Americans. I mean the American regime. I mean the elites in America. I should say globalists. Globalists don't like the trucking industry. Okay, it's too much freedom. You have the freedom to make your own hours. You have the freedom to just travel to all these different states. In other countries, you're traveling to multiple different countries. You're going over state lines. You're going over country lines. Potentially, you could go over continental lines as a trucker. You're choosing your own hours. You're getting good pay, And then you see the trucker protests in Canada. You see that truckers don't play around. Trucker is a driving force of our economy, literally and figuratively. Pun intended, the driving force of our economy is trucking. What happens when they make some automated self-driving electric trucks? What happens when they make some flying drones the size of a V-28 Osprey to deliver packages? Well, now the trucking industry is gone, and that's a huge hit to our economy. That's detrimental to a lot of people. Well, they'll make sure it's not detrimental because they'll deliver the. Don't worry, your food is gonna come. You're gonna be allotted the amount of food that you can eat. It's not like you're just gonna go to the grocery store and buy food. They're gonna deliver your food in a bag to your front porch. You're gonna get 18 bug bars per month. Okay, so what do they need truckers for? Trucking industry gone. Rideshare industry fairly new, gone. Transportation jobs gone. Food industry gone. Customer service industry gone. You're going to talk to a robot. You're going to talk to an AI robot. Sales industry gone. Lawyers gone. Judges, robots. Police, China's going to send us some dang dogs, some robot dogs from China will be enforcing us with freaking lasers on their freaking heads.
No offense, but it sounds like some fucking commie gobbledygook.
It's not good, guys. Trucking industry's done for. Our self-driving cars here. Oh, I skipped that. Oh, I skipped the art. No, I didn't. Okay. From Breitbart, woke AI on wheels. General Motors plans to add ChatGPT virtual assistant to cars. General Motors is planning to use, and here's Biden testing it out. There's Biden testing it out. Joe Biden and Mary Barrett testing out the new ChatGPT automated driving, self-driving sports car of the future, electric powered. General Motors is planning to use OpenAI's notoriously woke ChatGPT to AI technology to enable. So also, while you're driving, you can learn about how abortion is great, and there are 72 genders, and you can marry, whoever you want, and eventually pushing minor attracted people through your speakers, and you'll have, it'll choose your music. It'll play a lot of Lil Uzi Vert and Cardi B for you, and it'll play TikToks on your screen for you while it drives itself. Excellent. People are just going to be getting so smart. Virtual assistants in his cars. GM Vice President Scott Miller claims that ChatGPT is going to be in everything. The partnership with Microsoft is not new, as the technology giant has long-term strategic relationship with GM. Microsoft and GM's automated vehicle company Cruise joined forces in 2012. Buy stocks in that, I would recommend, to use Microsoft's Azure technology to create self-driving cars. In a recent interview with Reuters, GM Vice President Scott Miller gave some information about the initiative. Hey, Ryan 8U, long time no see, man. Thank you for the super chat. Keep pimping home, and thank you, sir. Truckers are based, right? But they're going to try to get rid of them. That's what's coming. Create self-driving cars. In a recent interview with Reuters, GM Vice President Scott Miller gave some information about the initiative, saying that ChatGPT is going to be in everything. Explained that because the business intends to add a car-specific layer to OpenAI's technology, the virtual assistant won't inherently act like ChatGPT or Bing Chat. The car-specific layer implies that GM plans to create a distinctive virtual helper that is customized especially for its car. Guys, we need virtual helpers now. Thank you, Ryan 8U, for the super chat again. My boy. Giving customers a more thorough experience, for instance, the virtual helper could incorporate user plans from a planner to notify the driver of any forthcoming appointments and duties, or it could program features like a garage door passwords. Oh, great. So now the robots know how to open my garage. That's great. That's great. Right where I keep all my classified documents in my Corvette. The use of ChatGPT is anticipated to advance beyond the voice command system currently installed in many GM's cars, allowing drivers to communicate with their vehicle. Oh, we got a Knight Rider now. That's what's up. That's kind of cool. Is that right? Knight Rider? That was an old reference. I never even watched that show. Is that the car that talked to the guy? To the dude that was in Baywatch? The heck is that guy's name? Anyway, I'm getting distracted. So, self-driving cars, ChatGPT in your car. We got an old article here from 2019. Retail stores lost 11,000 jobs in March 2019 alone. This is an old article about self-checkouts from Bizwomen, the business journal, women's business journal, from Ann Steicht. Self-checkouts contribute to retail jobs decline. No, she writes like a woman. The retail sector lost 11,000 jobs in March 2019 alone. Old article, but just going back to the automation. As self-checkout gets more sophisticated, retail jobs suffer. Retail has lost more than 14,000 jobs since January 2017 and is still declining despite strong growth in nearly every other sector and a historically low unemployment rate, a CNBC analysis found. Losses include 11,000 retail jobs in March 2019 alone, per the U.S. Department of Labor. Healthcare added 49,000 jobs in March and 398,000 over the past 12 months. Yeah, but wait till the healthcare automation comes in. Experts pointed at technology like self-checkout for the decline. For example, Kroger this year introduced technology where customers a handheld wireless scanner or the Scan Bag Go app on their cell phones to scan the products as they go through the store. Shoppers bag the groceries that they shop and use self-checkout to pay. Crazy. 7-Eleven last year launched a pilot program where shoppers use the 7-Eleven app to scan items, then manually pay for them at a separate checkout station. Walmart announced in May of last year that it would drop its scan and go self-checkout option, which allowed customers to record purchases with an app or handheld scanners as they shopped and skip the checkout line. Company cited low participation and friction against the technology. Also, probably high rates of theft, because if I'm just have my phone in my hand and I'm walking around scanning items, I mean, I guess they got the door checker there, but I saw a thing recently. A First Amendment auditor was auditing the audit or something like that. And technically, Walmart is not allowed to check your receipt as you leave. If this is wrong, then it's just something stupid I heard on the internet. And maybe I don't believe it. Maybe I do. But it sounds interesting. I didn't watch the full video. But what I heard is that Walmart is not technically allowed to ask to see your receipt. So, especially when we're in this technological age. See, I need a beer. I'm talking like I'm not talking loosey goosey, No, I don't need a beer. I'm kidding. So, yeah. So you walk around, you got your phone out, you're grabbing items, scan it on you don't really have the app open, or you do, and you're not actually scanning anything. and then you go out of the line and say, yeah, I paid. Like, I can see Walmart, while they're iron out the kinks in this plan, taking a lot of losses, just as they took a lot of losses with the self-checkout line. Now Target has its own like security station, and they'll build a case on thieves. And I knew this when I was back in my street days on them streets. You don't play with Target too much. You don't play with Target too much. You got to be very careful with Target, because Target will they have like a security station in the Target, and they will build a case on you. They won't stop you the first time. They'll let you do it, and they'll let you keep coming back and stealing and stealing and stealing, and they'll build a case. And once you hit a felony amount of theft, which is like over 250, over 300, it varies depending state to state. Once they get a felony amount, boom, they hit you. Well, now they got facial recognition surveillance stuff on the dang checkout station so that they can make sure you're not stealing stuff. This woman was stealing at the self-checkout. I did this story a long time ago. It's an old story. And we talked about how, if we're expected to do their job, then we should get some sort of discount or something. I should be able, every third item, be able to throw an item in for free. But anyway, that's not how they see it. They're taking a lot of losses. But now they'll build a case on you, and they'll wait. They'll record you every time you leave the store and record how much you stole with their cameras and their surveillance technology. You can't play around no more like that. This ain't the Wild Wild West. You can't just be going up in stores and robbing from. Is you crazy? You're going to go to prison. Prison for stealing some dang old Oreo cookies and toothpaste. Some free you get some razors, some 5-finger discount on your razors are expensive. You've been stealing for every 2 weeks. You steal a pack of razor heads from Walmart. You're going to prison. Prison, not jail. Prison. All right. As far as 80% of restaurant jobs could be taken over by robots. So I got this thing I'll show you, and then this will be the end. But yeah, have you ever been to a restaurant like Chili's or Applebee's now, and they got the little order kiosk at the table, and it's got games. Distract the kids with games. We can't have a family dinner. We can't go out and have a family dinner without some damn video game. I made the kids leave the phone in the car, and we get to the table, and there's a dang kiosk with video games on there, and I gotta pay for the video games. Now my kid's like, "Oh, I want to play Bejeweled, Mom." You know how I've been saying repeatedly, they're going to have you in a pod playing Bejeweled all day looking at advertisements. Oh, don't worry. They already got it on the kiosk at the restaurant when you try to have a family dinner. So now your kid's going to be playing on the stupid kiosk, playing some Bejeweled, getting his CPMs. They're making money off the CPMs. They're charging you to play the game. And you got to put your order in on the self. So now I'm doing the server's job. I got to put the order in on the stupid machine while my kid's trying to play the game. I got to wrestle it out of his hands. And then I got to put the order in. And then the server is going to have the nerve to ask me for a tip at the end? Is you crazy? She's going to ask me for a tip. You get just the tip. That's all you get. Server, you didn't serve me nothing. You're probably a deep fake robot. Get a tip. You get just the tip. You don't get no tip. Here's a tip. Do your job. Here's a tip. Get this stupid game out of my kid's hand. This is charging me by the second. 38 cents a second. That's out of here. Automation. Taking over the jobs. 82% of restaurant positions could potentially be replaced with robots. Say no joke. Say no game. Look, serving workers, 51%. You don't need a server anymore. Then you're really going to get a tip. Here's a tip. Get a tent because it gets cold at night in the winter. You're going to be homeless. There's a tip. You better not have a top. It better be Hooters. She better be thick if she wants it. Top executives. A little sliver of them. Even some of them are going to not make it. A very small sliver of the top executives. Other management, vehicle operators, well, we won't need them when the cars come. Supervisors, other food and preparation and serving related, cooks and food preparation, 51% though of servers. We're not going to need the servers anymore. Nobody gets a tip now. What do you think of that? Somebody needs to clip that. That was a rant. That was a rant. Joshua, did you agree Freddy looks like George in the face? Put their pictures side by side. It's uncanny. I think George is his dad. George of the Jungle? I just read your comment. As I was reading your comment, you said, read my comment. Don't tell me to read your comment. I take back reading your comment. Now I wish I hadn't read your comment. And also, he does kind of a little bit. But they kind of all look similar. So isn't that like a well-known thing? They kind of all look similar. All white people look the same too. So it's fun. All Asian people look the same too. All Eskimos look the same too. So, Josh, did you cover the Minnesota reactor leak from November 2022 during the election, but no news until last week? No, I never heard of it. I probably didn't cover it because they probably buried it and I never saw anything about it. November 2022. I was doing the show in November. I don't remember anything about that. We're coming up on the 1-year anniversary, guys. That's all I got on automation. Working from home doesn't. Yeah, this is all different stuff. That's all I got on the automation stuff. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. You better be walking around with one leg, some missing fingers. No. So here's a funny story. So I know a lot of I used to be homeless, so I know a lot of the homeless people in the Salt Lake area, and I got a lot of them on my Facebook. And anyway, one dude I know lives at Liberty Park, which is just a couple blocks away from here. It's where I go fishing. If you ever seen videos of me and Echo at the park on my channel fishing, that's Liberty Park. Okay, that's where a lot of homeless people have always hung out there. They do drum circles on Sundays, and it's all hippies, and a lot of homeless people and stuff come and meet up there, and it's chill. But anyway, as of over the past like 4 months, I'd say 4 or 6 months, over this past winter, they never really. Always some homeless people would stay in the park, and they would kind of hide, and they had good hiding spots where they could stay and sleep in the park. But for the most part, the park was very strict on like a 9 o'clock curfew. You got to be out of the park. And if you set up a tent or something in that park in the open fields, it's a big park. I think it's the biggest park in the state of Utah is Liberty Park, city park, biggest city park. You know what I'm saying? It's got swings and kid stuffs and pavilions. And anyway, it's got a big lake that I go fishing for carp at, catch big old carp out of it. But they never really allowed homeless people to stay there. And if you wanted to sleep there, you had to be stealth about it, you know. But you could get away with it. You just had to be slick, be down low. I never really slept there when I was on them streets. But anyway, over the past winter, I guess they've not been cracking down on the tents anymore. And tents have slowly been popping up more and more over at Liberty Park. Until it got to the point where the other day I was there, I think I was talking to Floor, and I was like, look, and we were talking on a video call, and I was showing her, I was like, 1, 2, 3, there were like 20 tents in this area. And this was just one area. So all over the park in other areas, there were probably even more than that. And there was just 20 in this one area. And anyway, so then earlier this week, the guy who I know who lives at the park, he sleeps there and everything. He posts on Facebook that apparently the park is closed for the day so that they can do radiation testing on the soil because of the Ohio train derailment incident. So health and city people are walking around through the park, and they're telling pedestrians, people who are visiting the park, people who are playing with their kids at the park, people who are walking their dog at the park, and all the homeless people, you got to get out of the park because we have to test the ground for radiation because of the Ohio train derailment. So he posts this on Facebook, and I'm like, bro, I bet my bottom dollar, and this is what I do. This is what I do is I read the news and I read these articles and I hear these stories and I look into this stuff and I figure out the the secrets, the theories. I speculate on the conspiracy theories, right? Now, I'm not saying I'm right about this, but this is my theory. I said to him, I think that what they're really doing is they want to clear the tents out. Because Salt Lake City does this. It'll get an area where a bunch of homeless people are, and then in cover of night or without any warning, they'll come and they'll run all the tents out, and it just disperses everybody to a new area. Maybe they're trying to build up a new apartment in that area, so they'll run them out of that spot. They'll go to a new spot, and then they'll stay there for a while. Then they'll run them out of that spot, move them to a new spot. And all the homeless people know that they do this. It's just a matter of time. But anyway, so the park was the new spot. All the people were going there, all the homeless people. And I think that they just closed the park down so that they could get all the homeless people out, because they give them a limited time to pack their stuff up. Most of these people have a lot of stuff. These homeless people just like hoard stuff. So they have a ton of stuff. And what happens is they tell them, you got an hour to pack up what you can and get out of here. After an hour, whatever they don't have packed up, the city comes in and bulldozes it and throws it in a dumpster. And I've seen this happen many, many times. So normally when they do this, it's in a corner lot somewhere in the rough part of the city. It's over in this industrial area under a bridge somewhere, or it's over here on North Temple in the hood, or it's over on this hood where there's a lot of construction, not a lot of people over there. And they'll just come, at dusk, and they'll do it all real quick so that people don't see it. Because the people are very mad about the homeless problem here in Salt Lake City, and our Marxist mayor's mishandling of it, because she profits off of it. That's why it's the what's it called, where they make a problem and then they fix the problem. There's a cool word for it that I heard somebody say on a podcast recently, and I had heard that term before and I wanted to remember it, and now I forgot it. Something dilemma, Hyperbian dilemma. No. Something anyway, but it's basically the government makes a fake problem and then they solve it. And anyway, so I told him, I said, I think they just want to run off the homeless people. They're doing a cleanup. They're going to clear out. They're going to throw away a bunch of stuff. They're going to arrest a bunch of people. The cops are going to come in, and they're just saying that it's radiation testing for the Ohio train derailment, which is stupid. We live in Salt Lake City, bro. We're like hundreds of miles away from where that train went down. That doesn't even sound logical. And he's like, and I was like, that's just an excuse they're using to get people out of there. And then he's like, no, man, it's not about that, because they're telling the pedestrians to leave too. And I'm like, no, they have to have the pedestrians leave too. That's why they made up this excuse, is to get the pedestrians out of there. It's not the homeless people. They don't care about you guys. They're going to wipe you out. They're going to come through and plow through your stuff and throw it away. And they don't care about you. You're gone. You're going to be somewhere else in a week, or you're going to jail if they find drugs on you or some crime that you've done or some stolen stuff in your tent. You're going to jail. They're probably going to arrest half of you. And they don't want the pedestrians who are in the park to see that. So they have to make them an excuse to get them out of there. Sure enough, homeboy ended up in jail that day. He posted on Facebook later that night. He said, I just spent 6 hours getting booked and let free when they came to the park today. And they said, basically, because he was homeless, he got arrested and booked and let go. Lost all his stuff, which happens regularly. He was in jail like 10 hours. He got put in at like 10 in the morning, got out like 8 at night. And I see him post on Facebook, well, I went to jail today, spent 10 hours in booking, went in, flipped and turned, booked in, kicked back out, lost all my stuff because the cops arrested me. Don't question me, bruh. I hope he learned. If you're watching this, I don't want to say your name. Bro. But if you're watching this, it may have seemed like, I don't know if he thought like I was attacking or something, because I came in and he said they're clearing people out for this, and I came in to his comment section and I was like, nah, man, that's not what it is. They just want to get the homeless people out of there. I don't know if he thought I was like attacking him because he's homeless. That's not what I was trying to do. I was trying to warn him. And you doubt the boy. You don't heed the warning. That's what happens. That's how it goes. I don't just make this stuff up off the top of my head. I knew what was happening. As soon as he said it, I was like, that's stupid. radiation testing because of the Ohio train. We got to radiation test the soil because of the Ohio train derailment in Salt Lake City, Utah. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. That sounds like something stupid a Marxist mayor would say. And if you believe it, you're dumb. All right. We got anything else? Stores leave merchandise outside and they don't bother to enforce theft. No prison. Stores. They don't bother to enforce theft. No prison. You talking the stuff that they put outside? They probably put that stuff out there because nobody's buying it and they want it to get stolen so they can meet their insurance quota. I think that a lot of those big things like Walmart, they have to reach a certain amount of stolen merchandise per quarter. I've read that before. Let's see if I got any funny videos or something to watch on YouTube. After I'm done, I gotta walk Echo. It's been snowing outside. Dang, it's still snowing. I gotta walk Echo. I'm gonna get a 32-ounce beer tonight. Tomorrow, I'll get a 25-ounce. And then I might buy like a 6-pack of O'Doul's. And then after that, I'm going to drink soda. And I don't really like soda, but for a little while, I got to drink some soda and wean myself off of carbonation. You'd be surprised. It's like with cigarettes, you're not just addicted to the nicotine. You're addicted to the oral fixation. You're addicted to the hand motion. And so it's the same thing with beer. It's not that, like, I'm just in the habit of drinking beer every night. Not even to get drunk. Every night I have to drink some beers. And it's like the carbonation. Now I'm craving carbonation. And it fills up my belly. My stomach feels empty. I feel hungry. But hopefully by next Monday, we'll have at least a couple days of no beer under my belt. And then we'll go for like a month of that. And then we'll work on the cigarettes. I'm going to be working on the cigarettes right now. I'm still going to be smoking. I'm just going to buy cheaper, crappier cigarettes so that I don't enjoy them as much. That's the plan. Wish me luck. Also want to get some Pixatine. I'm not sponsored by Pixatine, but I'm going to give them a shout out. They sponsor Elijah Schaefer on Slightly Offensive. I want them to sponsor me. I need to contact Pixatine because Pixatine makes nicotine toothpicks. And I think that sounds epic. Because I would chew on a toothpick. I heard that you could get cinnamon sticks to help you quit smoking cigarettes because they're shaped like a cigarette. You could break it and have it be about cigarette length, and you can suck on it. Pause. You can inhale through it like a straw and get the cinnamon taste, which is a strong taste, kind of like smoke. And you can use cinnamon sticks to help you quit smoking. And I've done that before. When I was trying to quit smoking before. I was using patches and cinnamon sticks, and I was smoking like 2 cigarettes a day for a while. And then I kind of just got tired of it and went back to smoking the regular amount. Do homeless people protect each other? Sometimes they'll protect each other until they turn on each other, right? So like you can't trust anyone. Your buddy, the dude who's got your back, he might help you in a fight this time. He might help you out when you're struggling here, but he'll also stab you in the back and rob you. If you come up a little bit, and you fall asleep around him, he might rob you. So you can't trust anybody. But yeah, they will kind of stick up for each other sometimes, or they'll group up and they'll have like their group and their group kind of watches out for each other. But that same guy who's watching out for your tent while you're gone, he might rob you one day. And he's going to say, I don't know what happened. And he's going to hope that you won't expect him because he's your buddy, Can't trust nobody. You got to be a lone wolf. And think about it as you formed a routine habit, you'll be fine kicking it. Yeah, but those Pixatine toothpicks, I want to send them an email and ask them if they could sponsor me. Even if it's actually what I'm going to ask them, what I'm going to request, I'm going to say, hey, I know I don't have a huge channel. I get about this much view time on live streams. I get I get this many views on my shorts. Blah, blah, blah. Here's how many subscribers I have. I've heard about you through other YouTube channels, and I want to do a review of your product. I'm trying to quit smoking cigarettes, and I want to do a review of your product. You don't need to pay me anything. Just send me a couple to try out. Send me a thing of the cinnamon ones to try out. And I'll do a review of it, which gets you marketing. And then if I ever get bigger, I'll ask them if they want to, like, once I do the review, if it works, I could be like a spokesperson. I say, hey, this worked. This helped me quit cigarettes. You're not supposed to, they can't claim that they help you quit smoking, but I want to try them out anyway, just because it seems like a good idea. A toothpick that I could suck on, pause, with nicotine in it. Yeah, I like that. Sounds like a good idea. I got the lozenges. The lozenges make me feel weird in my stomach. Make me want to throw up. I start hiccuping from the nicotine lozenges. Then they got the little nicotine pouches that you put in your lip. Those all right. Those all right. The patches work good when I tried them the first time, but then the second time when I tried the patches, they were like burning my skin. And I would have like bumps when I would take them off, and it'd be all itchy for days. I didn't like that. So, but the patches are strong. They do help. They help a lot, but then they burn. I don't like how they burn my skin. But yeah, that's about that. We're coming up on the 1 year anniversary of the show, guys. Thanks for watching. I'm going to get a song going, and then I'm going to play us out. I don't have anything else to talk about. Do I have any interesting videos to play? Neo-pronouns getting rid of. Yeah, I don't need to play any of these videos. We're going to finish Harry Potter sometime this week. One more stream. The next stream will be the last stream. I figured out that there are some glitches with the game, and I don't think I'm going to be able to 100% complete it, because there's literally glitches in the game that will not let me 100% complete it. I'm stuck at 99. And things that I've done, it's not registering that I've done. So the next time I do a Harry Potter stream will be the last Harry Potter stream. We'll be finishing the game, doing the last quest. Yeah, guys, I'm going to find us a song to play. Let's see. Let's get some Tyson. Play Bryson at the beginning. Let's get some Tyson. I want them to come out with this new song. They got a new song. Tyson put his verse on his shorts, and Bryson put his verse on his shorts. It's called Homemaker's Anthem. It's for the ladies. And but I'm not going to play it till they drop the full song. Let's play Messenger.
Available and however you want it. The 2023 Can-Am.
8 o'clock Eastern every week. Have a good night, everybody. I'll see you later. Say bye, Echo. He's under the table. Echo. Say bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, buddy. Bye-bye. See you guys. Peace.